Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. uh, Especially big hello to the early birds. That would be the fantastic Dill and Buttons. Dill, uh, the super early bird, actually. So I'm going to get some quick shout outs. Actually, I'll wait on those shout outs until we have a few more folks coming on in. So I think that's probably the better way to go about it. Um, where was I going to go with that? Apologies. I've been working on what we're going to be launching into in just a few minutes for the better part of the day already. So this is completion of that bit of insanity. So my brain is just a touch scattered. Anywho's. uh, we're going back to Planet Crafter because I was insane enough to be like, you know what? I'm not happy with my base. I need to rebuild the entire damn thing. And I'm liking it so far, but I've got some interesting challenges ahead for the remaining pieces I've got to fill in. So without further ado, we're going to bounce right over there. And the game itself is already up because, as I said, I've been building for quite a while now. Also, back is yelly as heck right now. I'm not entirely sure what I can do about that. So there's not any real change in my overall rate of terraformation. Not enough to like get me into insects or anything. Not that that would do me any good because there's nothing to be done with insects, truthfully speaking. But I'll show you what I've been up to. Welcome to the new office. I was like, I want a nicer looking office. And so I have a portal here in the office itself. I have all my relevant charts in one place, as opposed to having to go downstairs to see one of these two. I'm still gonna need. I might have a secondary set of these wherever I have my my launch off point for when I'm actually going out places. But that's something I got to decide. This was one of the big reasons why I actually went crazy rebuilding, because I needed more room for lockers, since this is overflow on top of my overflow. And this one's temporary storage for a piece I'm going to find another home for. So you can see I've got a couple of empties here. But this is the new warehouse. It is way, way bigger. Because it is a full 2 of the monster habitation spots. At a necessity. And I only have like a handful of open extra spare lockers in here. Technically speaking, I didn't need to separate out uranium and iridium into a regular and a backup plus rods, but it made sense to me because I'll eventually need it. Also, I now have my biolab with the actual crafting spot facing an easy to get to place from the door. And yeah, the DNA manipulator's a little far, but I can always move it, like, say, to this corner. In fact, I'm going to do that now. I'm not entirely happy with that location for the DNA manipulator. And since it's nighttime, apparently, it's a touch dark, so I want to make sure everyone can see properly. DNA manipulator, where are you? Here we are. There we go. Also, I was missing one other thing. A spot for finished seeds. That does not need to be a full locker. Storage crate's fine for that. Also, I need to bounce back to my OG home real fast because I'm very nearly out of food, and that's a problem. So basically, the portal materials I was carrying around for if I needed a quick way back is what's become my home, my office portal. I'll figure out kind of how I'm structuring all this in a bit. But I can show off the full extent of what this looks like. And what I've already deleted. So, gone is a lot of that spot. I'm going to be finding a new home for my actual like bedroom space, which doesn't need to be anywhere near that huge. I can probably make something a whole lot smaller and be a lot more comfortable. And then I need to find a new way to attach off the biodomes. But I'm thinking if I can do it, I might want to try to pull off kind of a T-junction for the biodomes with one hallway. And then, depending on which way you go, you get to one of the domes. I think that might look really cool. I don't know if it's doable, though. But we'll see. I have time to figure that out. And instead, this is the new base, and it's largely built on actual platforms this time, so that I can put a bunch of pretty flowers out in front. I don't have the grass coming into my base itself, which was starting to bother me a little bit. Plus, the other really nifty thing, I wish I could have gotten a direct way in that made sense right from here, but I don't quite have a way to do it. But that's fine. I'll figure all that out. So that said, let's move on to more of the work itself. Okay. Oh, and this is the way actually up to the office door. There's a set of outdoor stairs to the door in. And I love just how bright and like, this feels good. This office feels really good. So, okay. Next step is going to be dismantling everything extra inside that first biodome. And possibly the bedroom first? Maybe bedroom first. Let me think about this. Bump. So if I do bedroom first, bedroom has far less stuff in it and will be way simpler to just kind of find a spot for. It's just really the big compartment. If I'm being honest in this instance, it's these three that are going to be the tricksy ones. Just because of kind of what they are and how massive they are. I'm also going to be moving my reactors somewhere else, but I'm not entirely sure where as of yet. Let's see. So yeah, I need to dismantle everything inside there and find a new home for it temporarily. Even if it means putting up some more temporary lockers somewhere, just to kind of make room. Namely, I'm thinking all of the extra veggie tubes I have in here will have to get replanted. I'm going to do it, though, because I like this look. It makes it feel more useful of a space than if these weren't present at all. But this is going to take a lot of back and forth. But here goes. So my oxygen rates are going to tank for a little bit. But that's okay, because I'll be getting those restored soon enough. Okay. It also lets me actually reconsider what flowers are where, because I've gotten much better flowers since. And this is probably for the better that I'm doing this. Okay. Can I actually reach that one, or is it not going to let me? It's not letting me. There. Just take it from the top. The last thing I want to dismantle, though, are the food growers until I found a new spot for them. Because if I dismantle them now, I'm in trouble. Oh boy. Well, I didn't think I'd run into a I have too many flower seeds problem, but once I put them all into storage, I have too many flower seeds. Also, rawr, 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 rawr. There you go, Yarny. Enjoy your rawr. Let me start getting some... Actually, Dill, if you could start getting some shoutouts for folks. Buttons, yourself, and Yarny. We'll start there. Because I think this is as good a time as any for that. Let's see. So the Pasteras. Tusk is the Nolnas. Da, 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 da. You know what? Let me figure out which ones I'm going to be putting in now, and then I'll run from there. So I need... Ah, yes, Truant as well. Thank you, thank you. Do, 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 do. I might just need to start maintaining a list of awesome people so that I can be like, if you're looking for some awesome folks, here's some awesome folks. I think I may need to start doing that. So that say if somebody comes in as part of a raid much later on, I can say if you want some additional nifty folks to check out. Yes, I'm playing a different game. oh, Vizdra. Vizdra playing something besides Valheim. Well, that's you're right. That's a little uncommon. Let's see. This is 8. How many? Is this 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I want to say? 14 tier 2s? And I intend to put down every last one of them. In fact, I might put a few more depending on where I have this stuff. So 14C of the lesser seeds. I'm in pretty okay shape. Still annoyed that I've not heard back from the glasses people yet. But it's well within the time window still, so... if I were to hear soon back from them soon, it would be kind of a miracle. Oh. So I need 14 seeds. It's not going to be Pasteras, because they're not great. I think I want to, like, put in a lot of Tuscas. Oh, very nice, Truan. Very nice. Bravo. Hold on. No hand rebellion. Oh, they already took my money, already. They took it already. It's just going to take forever and a year to actually get the new pair made. Because that's how this shit works. And I hate that it's how it works, but it is how it works. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if I do like the outer ring being one type of flower, the inner ring being a different type of flower, plus the two on the outside. Oh god, I hope not. No, they said at most it'll take about a month. Which is still fucking ridiculous in my opinion. A month? That's hard. Absolutely hard. I'm saving the plant Oremas and Vulnuses for flower spreaders. It is. So that's the 10. And then like 4 Nolnas. As pretty as the Pasteras are with their blue, I think I want to just stick with these ones for like the most oxygen that I can get out of it. Yeah. Because then Goldens, Oremas, and the Vulnus will go elsewhere. So right. So drop those in there. Overflow, and temporarily put that in overflow. Iron, I don't actually need an overflow for as of yet, but it's helpful enough, I suppose. It doesn't hurt to have that in there. Now to start actually taking apart tier 2s, because it's been a long while. One. 5 items per. That means I can deconstruct 7 at any given point in time. That's not terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That means I can get this done in basically 2 trips. Shh, didn't mean to do that though. Whoops. Okay. That's what I get for not checking which tool I had active. Also, if there was ever any doubt as to where all my ice went to, it's those tier 2s. How recently did you post it, Truan? I looked earlier today, but I didn't see anything. Hello, Cat. Welcome, welcome. So, I don't know how you're going to take this one, Cat, but I was playing Elden Ring off stream a few days ago because I was feeling like playing it and I didn't want to wait till stream time. I beat Millennia in like 7 or 8 tries. I was like, wait, what? About 10:45 a.m. Then I may not have looked in the correct one. I may not have looked in the correct one. Right. This is a slight issue. I can temporarily construct one for this. Moonveil and Mimic tier at +10. High intelligence, decent for like the other important stats, but nothing like amazing. I let my Mimic distract her, or I distracted her and let the Mimic do a lot of the work. Yeah. Hey, if it works, don't fix it, right? Okay, so I just got to replace some iron, but that's not an issue. Maybe eventually, but not for a long time. I have to beat the main game first before I even consider that. Actually, I need 3 more of these because I need a second one. Okay, 1, 2, 3. That should be good. And these are just temporary builds. Perfect. So that I have room to put all the materials away. Oh, I got blendered a couple times, yeah. Oh, most certainly. It took me a couple of attempts to learn, okay, this is when she's about to start the process. Let me back the fuck away so I don't get hit by this. Yeah, there's a reason I said it took me 7 or 8 tries. Because I wasn't getting it all in one fell swoop with her. Oh, Millennia. Honestly, though, she wasn't too bad. Granted, with everything I had going into it, I was way overpowered. But still. 58 tries. I'll believe it, yeah. It's a tough fight. Even with busted strategies, it was still a difficult fight. I had to be on my focus had to be perfect every single moment, or else I was going to lose, and fast. Strength build, no Mimic used. Okay. Okay, time to deconstruct these. I'll do that from the outside. And then I need to relocate. You know what? Let me relocate these first, because that's probably more important. I have how many? 2, 5, 8, 9. I might want to go up to a 10th. 2 Colossal Greatswords. Ooh, that's a shiny build. That is a very shiny build. Water bottles, super alloy fertilizer. Yeah, I've got that. I need a space for that first, so let me prep a space for it. And then I'll come back for the materials. I don't intend my food area to be part of the biodomes. As much as it makes some sense, I need it closer. Like wherever I don't know if it makes more sense for it to be near here by the biolab, or if it makes more sense. It probably makes more sense to split them up, actually, to have my bean machines near wherever I'm going to be, like, doing all of my my launch off points from, and the everything else be near here, because I'd be just collecting the food here to become materials for other crafting, whereas the beans are something that I'm actively eating for food. I think that's how I'm going to go about this. At least that makes the most sense to my brain at the moment. That means iron. I need to make... Let me actually step outside, because it'll be a lot easier to see where I can do this enhancement from there. Well... I could do it here. I have some space to build a couple of spots over here. And this would be a reasonable place to be my launch off point. Yeah, I'm going to do that right here. For that. And some of this gets to move over to the launch point then. No, come on. So, 6 iron, 3 titanium. I need to grab the iron from down here because I simply do not have that much yet. There's a bunch tied up in platforms that I'm going to free up before too long. But for now, I don't have immediate access to it. Titanium, I'm good. And a door. I need to remember a door. 1 more iron, 1 more titanium, and a silicon. Iron, titanium. There should be a silicon in here. Silicon. And then I'll get more glass actually on the outdoor stuff here. Yeah. And this should work out okay. Yeah, that works fine. So this will be the growing area for... and my launch point for everything. Which means I want another set of doors here. I want a set of glass here. The glass walls are iron. It is going to be awkward. Extra cobalt and whatnot. Actually, I don't think there's extra cobalt upstairs. No, there isn't extra cobalt upstairs. But extra of everything else is upstairs. So, aluminum, silicon for the set of doors. That gives me 2 doors, 1 window. I like doing double windows often because it just divides up the space better. But I can live with 1 for now until I can get 1 more piece of iron to fix this up properly. I'm going to need to put a lot more windows in here anyway. And for some reason, I like the double doors just so much better than the single doors. They feel better to me. Okay, grab some magnesium from here. And I can start breaking down some of the... what are they called? The foundations underneath the biodomes. Because the game doesn't require them. They're just there for looks. And I think I'm going to call this one Launch Point. Or... I'm going to call this Launch Bay, just for funniness. Because I can't think of a better term. So it means there's going to be at least 1 or 2 lockers in here at a necessity. And then a bunch of the food growers that I now have to rebuild. So let me grab 3 worth. No. Come on. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That should be everything for the food growers. Oh no, I didn't break down the food growers yet. Whoops. I'm being silly. I need to go break down some of the food growers. That's fine for now. You. So I'm gonna no. I want to grab that. Take the bean seeds out. Because 2 of these are coming down right away. And then I need to make a 3rd. Because I definitely don't want to go down to less than 4 eggplant in case I ever need to like make a bunch of fertilizer again. Same thing with the mushrooms and the 1 squash. These numbers are sort of important. But I need the beans more than anything else right now. Portal. Here. Water to drink. Water for the last of those. I've got some spare of that. It's fine, game. It's fine. I'm good. No worries. And an aluminum, which I'm going to need. I'll grab from my overflow because that's more important. I also need to remind myself where certain things are. There we go. Bean seeds. Because with any new organizational system, you're going to be a little confused as to where you left certain things. And it's like, wait? Oh, right. That's where. I think... Oof. Oh, back. Please stop. Where do I want this? I think... Yeah, I want the actual... lockers on the walls here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I think I put the growers here because this is where I'm gonna have the best view via the windows. And I'll admit I'm tempted to build 1 more door out so that I can have like a patio of a sort. That's what I was originally thinking for that space. But this makes a whole lot more sense. And I can just cover all of this with glass anyway, so it's effectively a covered patio at that point. Super alloys. Did it consume the super alloys, or did I never pick up the supers? It's moot. I've got a bajillion of them, so I'm not actually concerned. But I'm surprised I'm missing the super alloys for all of them. That's not how I expected that to... Because it's not aluminum. It's super alloys. Wait. Were those tier 1s? Those were tier 1s. Oh boy. I'm going to be upgrading my food growers, apparently. Because I was working on a bunch of tier 1s, not tier 2s. It's like, why can't I build these? That's why I can't build them. This is gonna take me some time. Okay. I was like, why do I not have what I need for the various things I'm dealing with here? I never upgraded my food growers from tier 1s. They were stuck in the ancient days of being just the slow growers. Which is okay for the bulk of them, because they're not making stuff that's critical. But my main food growers ought to be tier 2s. Somehow I goofed. Well, let's get back on this growing. You didn't feel much need? Okay, that's fair. Growth speed 1.1. Okay. Well, since these are my main foods, I'm gonna have them be the good ones, and then I'm just gonna leave the other ones as normal. It'll ease my stuff up by a significant margin. Okay. And then these have too much stuff in them for me to break down, so I need to free up a bunch of my iron. And easiest way to do that is to go outside from here. So let's go free some iron up. It's time for these to become no more. Because the foundation grids are not remotely required. I just felt silly having these hanging in the air. But I need my iron back. So it's time. This was bound to need to happen eventually. Okay, there we go. So that's all my iron returned from the first bunch. And now that one is completely hanging by the power of anti-gravity. Because of course it does. And it's perfectly fine. It's legitimately quite fine. Yeah. My routing is going to have to change. But that's okay. Enjoy your lurk, Hawk. Enjoy. If I could get a shout out for Alt Hawk, by the way, real quick. Let's break down the rest of them first, I think. Shout out his trap. You are a streamer. You are a streamer. I know you are a streamer, and therefore you get a shout out. It is the rule here. Speaking of which, a shout out for Sundercat as well. Please, if a VIP or mod doesn't mind. I'm equal opportunity. You collect game footage on a streaming platform. That still counts, I feel. Wow, that really wasn't a lot of recovered iron from that last batch. But that's okay. I can trim this entire section off once I've been able to move the food growers over somewhere else. I want the cobalt so I can finish decking this out with glass. It'll just look way prettier that way. Right, these are my food growers. Not food growers, flower spreaders. Which is why there's a ton of fertilizer there, because I had a ton of flower spreaders. So I might have a little more... brains. That's what, 10 there? I might have a little more fertilizer to play with than I'm initially thinking I do. But we'll find out soon enough. Okay. Now, let the glassening occur. Because it's pretty. Not there, because those spots don't look so good. There we are. Much better. I like that. I like that a lot. And I'll probably put in the glass ceilings too. Yeah, definitely putting in glass ceilings there. That's 3 titanium. Oh, hey, that's me burning through all my excess overflow titanium. Fantastic. Fancy that. Putting glass everywhere will kind of do that for you. There we go. I'm just not putting a glass wall either window here or here because there's really no point in doing so. You just see rock, and that's not a particularly interesting view. So I'll just stick with the regular walls for that. Even though all glass would sort of give the appearance of a covered porch as opposed to a natural part of the structure itself. Yeah, that's good. Actually, I think the tier 2s are worth it. I haven't been running around terribly long, and these already jumped from like 30 some odd % done growing to 70, almost 75% done. So for like your main food, the tier 2s actually might be viable. Because this is happening way faster than I expected it to. But now, I'm going to drink some water. Going to put away this iron. Oh, right. I have the iron out for a reason. I need some titanium because I do need to expand some space somewhere for the others. Question is where? Let's see. I mean, they could go off of here, I suppose. I never grabbed the titanium. But yeah, they could go off of here. Like, I could put another of the big ones off of this. If it'll fit. It might fit, it might not fit. And then that'd be for where all my growing is. And it's attached to the biolab, which I'm okay with. It actually does kind of make sense for that to be by the biolab. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that. It's way more resource efficient in the long term. And that is a concern with at least a couple of these materials. So I need 3 titanium just for the structure. 4 more for the ceilings. Again, this is probably going to be an all-open glass enclosure. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me first see if the initial enclosure fits. If it does, I'm good. If it doesn't, then I kind of have to go with just singles. But no guarantee this is actually... the game's going to allow me to do what I want to do here. No, it doesn't quite let me do it. If I were going like that, it would allow it. But then I don't want an offset. Offset would look exceedingly strange. And I don't think that's quite worth it. So let me just grab a few more bits of regular old iron. And then we'll just go from there. It'll be easier to predict how much of the other materials I need then. In that case. Is there actually anything in overflow? There's actually some stuff in overflow. In overflow 1. So it's 2 per. I'm going to need like... it's going to be 2 living compartments. Plus 1, 2, 3... probably 3 glass walls. So I need 1 more regular iron, probably, for that. Plus the 1, 2, 3 cobalt, 4, 5 cobalt. So like 5, 6 cobalt total, probably something like that. I'll grab 7. It doesn't hurt to have extra. And I'll recoup some of these materials too. Because I have a couple more buildings to actually take out. And that will help with recouping. Okay, so I could put 1 in. I can't put in a second here. Is that big enough for all of my remaining growers? Let's find out. I am going to do this because I definitely want that. I don't know if I'm going to... I suppose the other solution would be just to keep going out like this. Actually, yeah, that's my solution. But I don't want that. I don't want open on any of the other sides, just these sides. Because I'm literally right by the crash at this point. And I'm okay seeing it from above. I don't want to see it from back here. It's not that interesting of a view. Especially with the fact that I moved my tier for miners up to the top there. Right. This is dumb. This is incredibly dumb. I also haven't been putting in glass floors because I've been building the actual foundations underneath, and I don't want to see the foundation below. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I think I'll just build foundation underneath. I still have sufficient for this. Am I out of iron? I'm out of iron now, okay. It looks like just one more does the trick there, though. That's actually kind of cool. I like that little bit of a jut off. So let me put stuff away. That's what this is going to be a lot of today, folks. So I hope this is at least a little bit entertaining for you. Kind of running back and forth, gathering a couple more materials here and there from my stocks while I kind of rebuild out. I didn't have to go. Actually, I did need to go that way. And having a little bit of an overhang there is fine. I don't mind that. And so my other food growers are going to go in there. 7, which means I need to make sure my inventory is empty before I go in to get them. Because I think they take... No, it's only 3 each. 3 components each for those. I had to remember for a second, like, how many components do they actually take? No, I'm good. I'm good. I am plenty fine here. Put you away. Oof. The cobalt away. And temporarily put you away. I'm sort of tempted to make a locker just for rods in general, but I think it might be a little ridiculous. Better to keep like the rods of a given type with their given material, as opposed to separating all the rods from everything else. Okay. Oh, right. I'm glad I made sure I have some extra space, because the seeds, I forgot about those for a second. I have to get them out before I break the machines down. So that's a thing I have to be wary of. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just enough space. Just enough space for all of that. Wow. I'm also making room for stuff because dinner might be ready soon. I'm going to make sure I have room for it. Because yes, this is one of those streams. Okay, and sure enough. Thank you. Okay, back to the workshop. It's okay. The only reason I might want to consider upgrading to tier 2s for all my food growers is for the materials necessary for making fertilizer. And that's, namely speaking, the eggplant and the squash. That's 4 eggplant, 1 squash in there out of the 7. So it's 5 of the 7. And the main reason I'm thinking about this is if I do find myself needing to make a lot more fertilizer, which is entirely possible at this point in time, it becomes very handy to have the squash and the eggplant, especially the eggplant, growing real fast. So, yeah, I think it's worth that. Which means I actually need to swap out materials. And it's a super and a fertilizer as opposed to an iron and aluminum. It does free up more iron though, which I do appreciate. Okay. Drop off the aluminum in here. That's frankly getting ridiculous. What do I actually have in the way of fertilizer, for that matter? 3. I can dip into the fertilizer from my flower spreaders, I suppose. Yeah, I can dip into this for a second or two. Alright, but it's not all of them getting retired that way. It's just most of them getting retired that way. I need to remember what my goals are here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's go. I'll reposition that chest in a little bit. Probably stick it like in a different spot, because that is slightly in the way. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then a pair of tier 1s. Here and here, respectively. Okay, so that gets eggplant. 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 I'm going to move it to 3 eggplant, 2 squash, I think. As opposed to 4 eggplant, 1 squash. I think that makes a little more sense as far as what my food needs are concerned. Yeah, that makes a little more sense as far as my food needs are concerned. Also, you, sir, are in the way. You won't be in the way here. But in that very narrow corridor, you are most certainly in the way. You know, that's actually not necessary anymore, now that I think on it. I don't need it there. Squash. There we go. Now, I'm going to munch a little bit. Don't mind me, folks. Only a little bit of, like, the super crispy part here. Come on. Come on. Voila. That's better. Also, no, I'm not about to actually perish from lack of water. Not when I've got an entire thing full of it right here. That would be silly. I did not actually die. I caught myself just in time. So I decided to upgrade the ones growing the eggplant and the squash to tier 2s because I'm probably going to find myself needing a lot more fertilizer in future. And eggplant is the principal food behind tier 1 fertilizer. And then squash is what takes it one of the things that takes it to tier 2. So that's important. The mushrooms are only important for biofuel, for biomaterial, whatever the heck it's actually called. And I don't use that terribly frequently. So I'm not as concerned. You know, thought occurs to me. I'm being silly. I have eggplant, other foods, and seeds. I've got these particular seeds right here, along with the flower and tree seeds. Or the bark anyway. I can move these 4 lockers into here, especially the ones for the food. So I could just take it off and drop it straight in the lockers. It'll make my life way simpler. And then I have 4 more lockers to play with in the actual storage area itself. Plus, I've got plenty of iron to play with to do it now. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think... And I can probably move secondary... Let me just see if anything here requires stuff from the secondaries. Yeah. So, secondary products will still remain out here. Oh, along with water and algae. I'm at least going to put the lockers for the food in here. Because the food only ever gets used for this stuff. So this is the new eggplant. And seeds. This is the new other and seeds. But I'm making tree stuff so infrequently, I'm okay just with a quick hop right out here to the flower tree and these. And I can just shift these over one sets too once these are gone. So it's just pop in and out. It'll make my time so much faster. Yeah. I like this a lot better. This will be way easier for me going forward. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is funny to me, though, that it goes from light to considerably darker because of the tint on these windows. It's weird. But at the same time, it's kind of cool. And then that means this becomes the new grass and tree bark. This becomes the new flower. seeds, and then these ones are therefore available for other more important materials. Go. So this is flower and tree seeds. This one is specifically grass and tree bark. All right, I made it and bark. Grass seeds and bark. There you go. Huzzah. And I love that despite the fact that a bunch of my oxygen boosters are gone, my terraformation rating is still increasing quite steadily as I build. That I probably don't need to rebuild all of those tier 2 veggie tubes at this point. Not yet anyway. I may want to. But I definitely don't need to. That'll be good. And then this will be good. I can put down my... I'm going to head out on an adventure. Cabinets. One of which will go to food and water and oxygen and stuff like that. The other which will go to like other materials, like if there's projects I need to carry out with me. So I'm going to note it as survival stuff. And project materials. So those are my two I need to prep to head on out. So hit those, turn, go. So this is main entrance, which is good. I wanted this to be close to the office. And then you come into the office, you can check on some stuff, be like, okay, how's everything doing? And then just head on down into the warehouse. It's perhaps a little more running around than the old base, but I think it makes more sense with how it's all laid out. And it gives me a lot of room to put like flowers everywhere, which I very much want to do. So this can actually be reset because the flower spreaders are my project of the day. Or one of my projects, I should say. Plus, I need to replace 2 of the fertilizers because I had to borrow. But I can do that now, and that's super easy. Okay, because I just pop in here. I need to remind myself what it takes for fertilizer tier 1, because I haven't made any in a long while. 3 algae, a sulfur, and 2 eggplant. I think I have the algae. Wait. Just barely. So I have the algae. 1 sulfur for each. This is sulfur plus. I need to make sure I note those down correctly. And I should have sufficient eggplant. If I don't, Yes, I do now. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I only need to make 2 more, not 3. I hope I don't need to make 3. 1, 2. Also, I just noticed I think I have an extra piece in here somewhere that I need to do something about. Five. Right, that's not actually true for the amount of water I need. I need a lot more water bottles. 10, 12, 9, 12. Yeah, that's right, because it was 1 super, 1 fertilizer, and then I think 1 water bottle for the tier 2 spreaders. Oh, right. It's there because it's a support structure. I just need to get a glass wall in there. That is supposed to be there. I just have an extra step I have to take care of with it in regards to it. And then I've got some empties here. 1 empty I can get rid of. This is temporary. This is temporary. This is temporary, and that's part of the other 2. And then these are the only 2 that have to be there. So that'd be nice. So I got the iron. I grab an extra cobalt. Yeah, I grab an extra cobalt. That's all I really need. Because I could have tried to do another one of the stands up there, but I was having some trouble getting that to stick, and I don't want hanging over. So that at least, that gives the look into an empty room, which is a little strange, I suppose, but I don't know what else to do with it. I don't have anything good to do with it at this point in time. I also need to rebuild some of my atmospheric water collectors. I took all of them out, but I can rebuild them later on once I know kind of where everything else is going. Temporarily drop you an overflow. Okay. So now, time to start positioning. Hello, Velt. Welcome, welcome. If I could get a shout out for Veltwalker, it's going quite well. I have dinner in front of me, which makes me happy. I am doing quite well on this insane little build. This is rivaling some of my Valheim builds. I'll put it that way. Absolutely rivaling some of my Valheim builds. And I'm making pretty good progress since I actually went live on it. I did a lot of this off screen, but I wanted to actually show off some of it. I'm basically, what you see down there is the remnants of the old base. I'm rebuilding the entirety of the base. So, instead of it being like this weird mishmash of stuff overhanging like that, now I've got a massive warehouse in there with my biolab. I've got growing spots and a big cozy office. Of course. I know you were giving shout outs to folks who you knew were streamers. I think maybe I don't quite know what your standards were for who you chose. I'm firmly of the opinion we streamers, VTuber or not, should stick together and help each other. So if I know you're a streamer and you come in, you're getting a shout out. As if you're active in chat. If you're just lurking, like lurking and not saying anything, I'm not going to bother you. We respect the sanctity of the lurk here, because as Keelie puts it often, lurking is loving, and I firmly believe that. Them's the rules. Exactly, Dill. Exactly. Oh, yes. I am quite far ahead. In fact, I'm getting fairly close to insects, which isn't fully implemented, so I probably won't get anything from it. But that's okay. I wanted to rebuild. I make stuff pretty again. And you can see I built right up by the wreck, and that's such a good spot. Oh. Yeah. Okay, now that said, that's all the work areas. I need to replace these somewhere. They're ready to break down. And then I need to deal with the actual sleeping area. And I'm not entirely sure where I want to do that. Because this is going to get a little bit tricky. I was thinking of a T-junction that I'd be putting one of these off on either side of. But... It's a... I'll show you why this is a slightly tricky decision for me. Going into the office. You can see how close I am to insects. I'm a little over 85% of the way there. Surviving Mars. I'm not familiar with that one. I mean, I suppose I could launch the... Oh, hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea of where to kind of connect off the T-juncture for all of this. Off of one of the walls here. Which means I need to make sure I've got plenty of iron and titanium on hand. And I have that in abundance. Let's grab like a ton of it. Titanium, I think I still have some extra up here. If not, I go back downstairs. Back downstairs. Right, I actually worked through all of my the overstock of my overstock. Let's see, you said a city colony builder. They added a terraforming DLC to it. That's pretty cool. Did not want quite that much. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The T-junction is not going to be that big. Part of this is going to be for the support structures. So I'll admit, I was originally thinking about there being like these pieces being on the ground floor. In order to get to them, you had to go downstairs, and this was all higher. And I could still potentially do that. It's a little tricky with how some of this is behaving itself. I'll get out from underneath that, please. Which is why I'm thinking of just building off of here to connect one of them. Probably connecting off of this one. Yeah, probably connecting off of that one. Oh, I still can... Actually, no, I can still do it. I just go down, so you go in and down, and then it connects off that way. That's not quite right. I'll admit, I'm being a little bit particular with where my foundations actually snap into place on my things. That's about where it was. So let's just be simple. And therein lies the problem of why I couldn't just build down, because it doesn't actually connect neatly. The ground is weird here. And I want it actually connecting to the thing, because otherwise it doesn't make a lick of sense if it doesn't actually connect to it. That's probably good enough. It shouldn't leak through the floor. We'll see if it does when I go back in. And if it does, I'll be a little bit annoyed, but that is what it is. Grab a cobalt for the stairs down. I'm going to need it. Do I have any left in here? I do not. For having only redone all of this a few hours ago at latest, and some of this was as early as soon as like half an hour ago, this is pretty good so far. For my kind of getting a sense back to where things are. Oh, right. It's... Game is dumb. This is one of the game is dumb situations. Grab a silicon and I can fix it, though. You can't start a ladder down easily, anyway, from an upper floor into the lower floor. You sort of have to go from the lower floor up. And to my brain, it's kind of dumb that it works that way. But it is what it is. Oh, is Surviving Mars a Sid Meier's game? I might have it then. I got a Sid Meier's bundle some time ago, actually. I don't remember if that's on it. If that was on it, though. It might not be. I'll put the door in on this side. It's just similar. Okay. Okay, good. It doesn't actually clip. I was concerned it might clip. I want this rotated a different direction, like on this portion of the wall, I think. It'll be a little bit neater. Yeah, that's a lot simpler, a lot neater. Nifty, nifty. And this is definitely an instance for glass walls everywhere. And glass ceiling? Glass ceiling, probably, because that's doing weird glitchy stuff, and I don't like it. So I'm gonna fix that by going all shiny glass on it. I'll grab all my iron. Grab extra cobalt. I have quite a bit of it. And I think I need a little more titanium. I think I need a touch more titanium. Alpha Centauri. Do you happen to know when Alpha Centauri... Dill, do you happen to know when Alpha Centauri was released? Or Velt, for that matter? Because, I mean, I'm no spring chicken either, if I'm being honest. Yeah, that's fine. 99? Wait. Hold on. What the heck happened there? Oh, it moved me down. Okay, I was like, huh? I'm good, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. 99. I think I was just entering... I entered high school the following year. So, not that much behind. Okay, so this side's going to be the connecting side, which means this and this. Now I've got the stairs in place. I do not need the door here. So door is going to get replaced by window. That one's not such a pretty sight. That works, though. That's pretty. And that's going to get something built off of it. Yeah, there's surprisingly... I would say there's surprisingly few of us, but then you run into a surprising number of people. Where it's like, wait a minute, what? Hey, it's never too late to get into it if that's an interest for folks. You could be in your 80s or 90s. As long as you can learn the tech and make it work, you're good. It's all right. It's not just for the youngins. Okay, that's much better. I don't have to deal with the weird glitchy light. Okay. So now put away stuff because now I have to start connecting things. Or at least put away this. Yeah, put away everything. Ah, gotcha, Dill. Gotcha, gotcha. No. I want to open it. Thank you. And I'll be putting the little connective hallways. They're going to be filled with glass walls because I want pretty here. There's no reason not to fill them with pretty glass. To connect the biodomes together. And I hope this is going to work. This might be risky. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Now I need to see why I'm having some trouble with connecting. I think because it's actually interfering with... Yeah, it's interfering with this. So once I remove these, I'll be good. Biodome tier 2s are 7 materials. I got the space. Oh! I have to empty them out of the stuff in them. It's like, why is it not letting me do this? GOG has it. That makes sense, yeah. It's like, this is silly. Why can I not? Because there's technically tree bark in here. It counts as full inventory for the particular space, and then won't let you deconstruct it. I thought I was into the tier 1 safely before I did that, but nope, not in the slightest. Whoops. That is what it is. I need to go out at least one more. So it can be one off of there and one off on either side. Yeah. I'm thinking this is what it's going to be. What are you interacting with that's giving trouble? That, okay. So is it a matter of the tier 1 will behave off of this, or is that just not behaving at all? That's not behaving at all. First stream, but it forces full screen. Oh, that's obnoxious. Oops. I did not mean to hit that button. Okay. Since I've deconstructed that, I can also deconstruct this. So if I go out one more, does it let me put it off to the side, or is it also now interacting with rock and thus being obnoxious? It's interacting with rock and thus being obnoxious. Okay. Let's see. I will find a spot where it'll let me do this, even if it looks ridiculous. Please, please, please. You're not that big. Are you that big? Yeah, it's that big. Okay, well, let's get up top and then see if I can connect her off. It's being so persnickety right now. I don't get it. I don't understand why. It works fine on this side. I sort of wonder if I need 2 tier 2s anyway, truthfully. I'm probably okay with just the one. And if I'm okay with just the one, I can just make my life way easier here. I gotta get on top of everything in order to actually do anything I need. No, I'm not deconstructing that. I'm deconstructing these. Okay, so that makes sense. And let's get inside so that I don't die from lack of oxygen. Because that would be embarrassing. Oh, no worries, Velt. You do what you need to take care of yourself. I understand as well. And I'm glad you were able to stop by. if I go one more out, I can put the tier 1. I should be able to connect to tier 1 here. Yes. Yes, and it puts the computer right there. Oh, it's beautiful. I so wish I could have a third off of here, but instead I can probably just have the bedroom off of this so that it's all connected properly. And I can go in and see what this is actually doing to my overall oxygen rankings, taking out one of the tier 2s. I suspect it won't be a big deal. It's not making a difference. Okay, cool. That frees up 2 regular fertilizers too, which is extra nice. Oh yeah, it's 1450 per second. It's good. But the tree spreaders are way outclassing the tier 3. The tier 2 biodome. So I can just have the one tier 2 biodome and be perfectly content. It frees up materials too, which is also very nice. So very nice. It puts some fertilizer back in. Put some of that back in. That's particularly nice, actually. A sulfur. A bark. Alloys. And... oh, I like this. I really like this. This is cool. You've got the trees here. And I might just let these overhang without anything underneath them to say, yeah, there's some anti-grav tech holding this stuff up. But I don't know. It might look weird since I'm supporting everything else. But it's less to have to show support for, since I've got one less of these in place. This is looking incredible. I love it. I am definitely going to want to put a pair of doors here to say to the biodomes. And to home. So I need to make sure I have materials for doors. And I've got the iron. I need the titanium. I was about to call it magnesium. That's not remotely correct. 6. As well as... silicon. There we go. Okay, so that's the one. And then I need to bring some magnesium over to actually make the signs I want, but that's not an issue. That'll be easy. Yeah, this is going to be super cool looking. And then C, pop back up. Right. Okay, so food level critical is something I can easily fix. Water I can also easily fix. I gotta pop back upstairs anyway just to double check some stuff. But this is great because 1, 2, 3. Nom. Nom. There. Perfect. I'm gonna have to go get a lot more iron though, that's for sure. Because I'm burning through my iron. Although... Smart way to do this. Hold on. There's only one thing left here, and that is the home area. If I can clear this out, I can completely deconstruct this and use these materials over there. And that should be very doable. It's going to mean redoing that sofa, which took a little while, but it wasn't too terrible. And I don't know how much of the sofa I want to redo anyway. Because it was kind of silly. Since you can't actually sit on the damn thing, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Is one of these empty? No, none of these are empty. So I'm going to temporarily put one of these back in for... And you're uneven, but I'm okay with that. Okay. And then just see what it was that I needed for those various pieces of furniture. The bed was 1 iron. The double bed was 1 iron. 1 iron for the sofa angles. I had 2 of them, so that's 3 total. 5 total iron. 6 total iron. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should be everything. Oh yeah, and the table. I'm just gonna drop that all in. Just make my life a little bit easier. It's time to deconstruct this. But that's what I get for standing too close again and not going out into the other room the entirety of the way. Okay. Oh. That's a slight issue. Okay. Not a big deal. Because it's easy enough to just kind of run over now. And I'm going to be rebuilding this over here anyway, so let's just rebuild some of that. And this will also give me an entrance on the lowest level, which will be very helpful. The question is, do I put the big one directly off, or do I build it? Let's see if I can build it directly off. That'd be the easiest way to handle this. I was afraid that might be the case. Okay. Looks like I'm going to have to get a little bit fancy with my building here. No matter. That's half the challenge I'm looking for at the moment. Oh, I can build it directly off that. Do I want to do that, though, is the question? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that works. There we go. I was hoping there'd be some silicon in one of those piles. Because it lets me do here. I'll do one more off of this. If the game lets me. Come on, game, please let me. I don't want to have to... Please, game. I don't like the look of that. That looks weird and wrong to me. Oh, that's why I don't want to do it this way. Oh, but I kind of have to, because if I try to do it some other way, I have to climb again, and I really don't want to climb again, or I have to drop, and that feels a little weird too, like going down from, say, here via some stairs and then off, and that's not even going to work terribly well. Of course, it's entirely possible I just don't bother with a door here, and it's always going through the office. I don't bother with a door here. That simplifies my stuff immensely. I just have the big one coming off. Also, where did you go? A component fell, and I'm not sure what it... Oh, there were a few that rolled down the hill. Okay. Glad I went down there. I only knew of one of them. And this gets to be a glass floor, so I can see, like, the flowers that are growing underneath it. So, I have reasons for what I'm doing here. There we go. Let's go. Do. There is one actual downside to handling it this way. And that is simply, it's gonna be glass wall for at least one of these sets. There is no way to, like, make this private from, like, those walking down the hall. But since this is a one-person affair, it's not the end of the world. I can cope with that. But this lets me have open glass. I might even do open glass floor. I don't know. I kind of like the look of the regular floor here. Although, considering there's going to be flowers growing underneath, I may want this. Actually, no. No, glass floor actually isn't a good idea here. Because I'm going to have support structures, and it's going to show the support structures beneath. And I don't want that. So... Okay. And then I just need one more to actually make my things look normal. Right. And this is because of the glass ceilings I had before. Okay, let's see. Perfect. Oh, I love it. I just need to put bunch more glass panels around so that this has open views, and it'll be super pretty. And more iron. But at this point, I'm pretty good. I can still do the home teleporter, but I don't think I need the home teleporter at this point. I don't mind this run around. What I might do is I might put another ladder so that you've got kind of a faster way to get places. That's probably the best way to handle kind of all this. Namely this one once I've picked up the stuff on this floor and taken stuff down. Okay, so... Whoop. What are you counting as being inside? Please tell me it wasn't the sign on the outside. It was the sign on the outside, because of course it was. Yeah, it's full inventory. And the old base is very nearly demolished. And a methane cartridge I cannot pick up that will forever be floating in the air because, you know, game is an alpha. Occasionally stuff glitches. This is one of those cases of, hey. Yeah. No worries still. Enjoy your lurk and feel better, my friend. Perfect. Yeah. I definitely want to have another ladder. Like, maybe I have one here. Let's see where it makes sense to have one, so you don't have to run all the way to the back in order to actually get anywhere. Because that's a little bit ridiculous. Nowhere in here. Well, that's the only spot to do it, actually. Aside from, like, center up there, but I can't do center up there because of how this is all laid out. There's a reason this one is where it is. Yeah. I can't think of anywhere else to put an indoor ladder, actually. That would make any real sense. Center here would be viable. If not for... I suppose actually over here might be possible. Let's see. Because it won't actually get in the way of the crafting station. It's a little awkward because of where it clips. If I move it over just a smidge, it'll probably be fine. So like to here or something. I don't want you clipping though. Half the point is so that I can avoid clipping. Yeah. I think that works. I think that works okay. You know what? No, I have a solution. Because I now have some extra spots here. Oh, I didn't notice my water was running low. Whoops. Bye. And for some reason, it spawns me on top of the advanced workstation. As you do. I'm thinking what I can do is actually take out one of these, because I don't need all of them at this point. And like maybe this corner one here. It's secondary products. I can move that elsewhere. That can actually probably be moved in here, like right on this edge. I'm going to temporarily drop those two in there. So I can pick up this and reconstruct my DNA manipulator. But just not on the angle like it was before. Products. Drop the rest of the junk off in overflow temporarily, including the portal stuffs. Okay, drop the cobalt in. There we go. Water, drink. Grab everything. Move everything. Take that out. And actually now this little section becomes viable for something, I suppose. I need to pop upstairs and see what's up there to see if it's something I could bust into. Oh, it's above here. It's below. Okay. Which is doable. Which means when you come in, you can just go straight down into the workshop, as opposed to having to go through the office. Yeah, I like that idea better. Okay. That's what I'll do. It means I have to... No, go out this way. Because I have to temporarily knock out this one in between. Because it actually gets in the way. Replace it. I wish the feet extended all the way down, but there's basically nothing I can do about that. Not easily, and I don't have the patience to deal with that. Go back down all the way. It means I'm putting my indoor ladder right like here. Corner's fine. So you come in the door, you can go straight downstairs into here if you want to. And I just have to move the water one, but I can move it inside here. That's not a big deal. In fact, it lets me stack a few more of these in a way that makes a little more sense. I need 1 iron. I think all my iron is upstairs at the moment, which is a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, it should all be in here somewhere. Well, yeah, but not that one. It's in this one. And then I don't want glass around it because I don't think that's got terribly good views. You know, I'll take some with so I have it. I can... Oh. I legitimately don't have a whole lot of iron. I'll be moving one of these in. But I think first priority goes to lockers. More locker storage. One more here. Grab the water. Deconstruct. Yeah, this also looks a little bit neater and a little less cluttered. I like that better. And then I can have water surplus, which I'm probably going to need, actually, at some point. Never quite an issue with oxygen, but it is definitely going to be a problem with water at some point in the future. And that leads up to here directly. And because I now have lockers in there, I cannot use a glass floor, but I'm okay with that. I was never using glass floor here anyway. So, or glass ceiling, depending how you want to look at it. Now, the only question is, what does this look like? No. No, and there's no point. Because that's never going to look terribly good. That just shows the stairs. That's not a... I don't know. What do you folks think? Obviously, you can't see it for full, and it's full. But do you think that's an interesting enough view for that to be a glass wall? Or do you think I should just stick with the regular wall and save, like, the iron and the... Not the cobalt. The cobalt I'm good on, but the iron. Okay. No, no. Not feeling claustrophobic at all. Not claustrophobic at all. I'm good. And then here and down. Good. And this is helpful because I do need the iron for other purposes. Partially for... And I don't have to do this anymore, but I'm gotten so used to it. Partially for decking out the actual living quarters with some windows, because this does need windows. It feels wrong for it not to have windows. All right. Can't deconstruct. Something is inside. That something is a sign. It's always been a little silly to me that it doesn't let you deconstruct stuff that has a sign in it. Oh, and yep, it's going to be floating in the air now. Hello, floating methane canister. Oh, all the silly. All the silly. And now this entire thing that's now open becomes flowers. So this is going to be super pretty. There's a reason I wanted so much space. And I wanted all of these on platforms. So that there's not grass and flowers poking through the floors where they really shouldn't be. So, yeah. And then, do I move those is the question. Yeah, I'm going to move those because those are going to be a little bit funny there. I'll find a good spot for my, for those, though. That won't be too hard. Neum. Neum. This is fantastic. Nom. Just that quick to be ready. Food's not going to be a problem. That makes me feel good. Okay. So let's get back down there. And... fill in a couple of glass surfaces around here. Do I have silicon? I do. Perfect. I can do the other part of the door. I like those double doors better than anything else. And this actually will have very pretty views. It should have pretty views. Yeah. So this. There's going to be flowers over here after all. So you can look out and see flowers. I don't think there's a whole lot of... Oh, actually. Maybe? I want that view, because that view is gorgeous. Though it does mean you can see the heaters down below, but I can always move those somewhere else. That's not a big deal. Those can always join the nuclear power plants that are over in near Sulphur Falls. I'm okay with that. And then I'm also going to put one there. I'm torn about if I want one here I think it doesn't hurt, actually. So grab a little more cobalt, and I'm good to go on that. Cobalt, cobalt. I think 2 more was all I really needed for that. Yeah. Oh yeah, because there's going to be flowers all over the place up here. So that will mean you'll always be able to see gorgeous flowers. And see the pretty stuff that happens to be inside the biodome. Plus more gorgeous view. Yeah, that feels good. Now, I can put in glass floors, but I'm not going to because there actually isn't a reason to put in glass floors at this point in time. And call it properly. It's not the living quarters, it's my quarters. I'll grab a bunch more magnesium, get a few more signs up. I like being able to have a good sense of where everything is. It just makes life a little bit simpler. Okay. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. And I think that's sufficient. I don't need a ton. Yeah, that's fine. I don't need one for the outside because it's pretty self-explanatory. This one needs one for sure. Biodomes and home. Actually, I'm curious. Yeah, biodome is all one word. I thought it was. Okay. You put one there for tree dome. And I'm going to call this one Flower Dome because it's going to have all the flowers in it. Whoop. And now I get to start repopulating my stuff, which is good. But I'm loving this so far. This is looking real good. Gotta remember to save, though. Don't want to lose any progress. That would be horrendous if I did. Oh, I see. Biolab. Whoop. Perfect, 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 perfect. This does not need a sign because it's very clear what it leads off to. I love it. I'm loving this. This is coming out so good. More food is called for, though. More actual food. Ay, 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 back. Okay. Those are the flower spreaders. They go outside. Let me deal with the interior stuff first. Pop downstairs for some water. I just noticed how low my water actually is. Also, if I'm being smart, this is water. This is water plus. Just from a have it make sense point of view. This goes back upstairs, and I need to go back upstairs anyway, because my tier 1s are here. Or my tier 2, sorry. Whoop. Whoop. Bop. I don't know, part of me is tempted to not fill... No, because this looks empty if it's not filled with plants. I liked it better when it was filled with plants. Okay, there we go. This way I can just have a ton of flowers in here. And I like that look of just having a absolute ton of flowers inside there. It looks right for it being called a biodome and not just a bunch of grass of some variety. And then I get to break these three down by the time I'm done with everything. And that'll help out immensely with getting some of the iron back. Okay. Okay. And since I never intend to build anything out from here, although I could technically build another tree dome there if I wanted, but I don't see a point in building anything out here, unless it was like a big old observation thing. But let's face it, this is already a big old observation dome. It already affords an absolutely fantastic view of the surroundings. It doesn't need it. I have enough materials to make 2 more, and I'm kind of considering not bothering making the last 2, saving the materials. Because it used to be they were anchoring either side of the food growers. But now that there's no food growers in here, it would look kind of strange. I need to put like 4 more beyond these 2. So 2 here, 2 here. And I feel like that's broaching into too much territory. I don't know. That's at least the way my brain's interpreting that. And you can never place anything inside the tree dome. You know what? I'm going to put some here. I'm going to put one on either side of my quarters. And where I'm going to put like the gold flowers in here. I like that look, I think, better than anything else. Yeah. That should work very nicely. Now that I think on it. We go Neum. All the Neum. Yeah, we can take all that out. And 1, 2, 3. And now it's just overflow and more of the fabric stuff for actually making the home, the living quarters, feel like living quarters in the end. So, yeah, I know this is coming out so good. So good. Awesome. Blah 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 blah. Let me try that again. Welcome back, all talk. Welcome back. Now, blue means osmium, and I don't care about osmium. I can get it easily enough. Right. I had originally decided on... So I'll populate those two with new flowers in a moment or two. So the inner ones get the Nulnas. The other ones... The outer ones get the white ones, the Tuskas. And I don't have to be on top to fill in the Tuskas. It can just be a little hard to get the center ones with this particular setup. There we go. Pretty flowers. Now that's looking a whole lot more biodomey, in my opinion. I want to change out the flower seeds, though, in the last one, too. To a pair of goldens. I'm not going to convert every golden to tree seeds, because, frankly speaking, I'm not as crazy by what the trees look like that you get off the goldens. They're nice, but they're not... My favorite ones don't give nearly as much oxygen, but I love the way they look way more. These, though? These are gorgeous. So much so, I'm considering making an actual like flower pot and putting one of these in the office, with inside a legit flower pot as opposed to the the veggie tubes. Knowing that I don't think the flower pot actually gives any oxygen. Okay. The 2 fuel cells there are specifically for going out with places. They're project materials. Actually, yeah, they're project materials, effectively. So now next step is to redo the decorations in the actual living quarters itself, so I can get this one emptied. Yep. Actually, that one probably stays there as a third overflow because I'm probably going to need it at some point. Considering how much aluminum's already building up in the first overflow, it's like, yeah. I have way too much aluminum. I'm bordering on too much super alloys. Believe it or not. Crazy of a talk as that is, I'm bordering on having too many super alloys. Let's see. There's the bed. Table. Because this feels way more cozy to have an angled sofa than one of those rolling desk chairs. I should get the corner one in first, I think, if I'm going to do it this way. Okay. Corner one's in. That is okay, that's really good. I'm getting the hang of actually connecting these together. Yeah. Hard to tell that it's 3 separate pieces making that. Very nice. Very, very nice. And because there's the office one, but I also want one in the bedroom as well. Okay, so that's bedroom done. Very good. Very good. This is going super well, and it's making me very, very happy. We go. Food level low. Let's fix that. Up. Yeah. The tier 2s are well worth it. Because I'd actually be potentially a little bit worried about the beans growing back in time with the tier 1s. But with the tier 2s, it's actually ready in time without any problem. Okay, now for the final thing I have to replace. That's up here. I'm going to start off with the one set of them. I'm going to double check what it takes to make these, but I'm pretty sure 2 supers, 2 fertilizers. Okay. So 1 and 2 water bottles, or just the 1? 2 water bottles, yeah, okay. So that's 1, 2. I need to get 2 more water bottles. I don't think I quite have enough room for... Maybe. Let me fill this up with whatever else water I can real quick. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 10, 11. So this is enough for, I think, 6 of these. If I'm doing my math correctly here. And it's time to start putting them back down again. So I don't want to get too close to there. I can get one under... I can actually... I've got some space in between here where these might fit. Yes, that's ideal. I have enough water for one more, so I need to get one more thing of water, and then I'm good. I have all my flower spreaders back in place. And then it's just I need the seeds. So grab one more, grab those 2 out, and grab the seeds I'm going to need. So I need 6 total seeds. Now this is where I need to actually be a little picky. But I think I've been using the Aremas and the Volnuses, not the Goldens. Because I'm very fond of the Aremas. I love that purple. It's super pretty. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Five. You know what? I'm just going to do all Aremas outside, I think. I'll do with the Volnus inside. The slight bonus difference in oxygen bonus doesn't really matter here. Not at these rates. And then the Goldens are left for other purposes. Although the flowers they give you are absolutely gorgeous. It'd be crazy not to kind of want to have them out places. But I can do that at a later time, I feel. I don't have to rush that now. And then the question is where? Well, let's start putting these in first. Because that'll show me kind of where I need to put them to have coverage. Okay, so it won't actually go... That's interesting. I wasn't sure how that would play out. I don't know if that one is a bust under there because it just can't grow underneath those. If so, I'll move that elsewhere. I think it's a bust. It's covered by some other stuff elsewhere. So I'll just grab out its seed and put it somewhere it'll actually make an impact. Yeah. So, like, for example... I can put some more down here, where you see I've got a bunch of them already down. And I've got a couple of the Vulnuses mixed in. I've got a lot of flower spreaders. There's one. And there's two. All right, I have enough for one more. I have enough for one more. Cool. Sure. Let's go crazy. I also have one more of these than I... I must be missing one that I forgot to put a flower into. I'll find it. I just need a few moments to hunt it down. So one of these doesn't have a flower yet. It's you, okay. The one all the way at the end. And then these I'm going to have to break down and move somewhere else because they look a little weird in the flower fields. I don't quite like them there. But I pretty much have everything back to the way it was before as far as like bonuses to like oxygen is concerned now. And that looks way prettier. I like that much, much more. I still need to get support structures underneath these here. And that might change the placement of one or two of the flower spreaders. But I'm okay with that. Also, that is now hanging directly over the solar panels, which might necessitate moving those, or frankly speaking, it might be time to get rid of the solar panels. Because they're providing so little power, I don't know that it actually makes a difference if they're there or not. Keep the solar panels? Okay. Clean energy only. That's fair, that's fair. I'll drop you in there. I mean, all the energy I'm using is plenty clean. Do what I want. Since I'm like right over here, I may as well go out this direction. You. Do a little bit of a stretch, and not for the hands, because this is mouse and keyboard, which is a considerably different beastie than my usual play. Okay, so that's a 4. So I can just put one in the center and it'll be fine. I said center game, not way off. Center. To be fair, it is kind of hard to gauge center here. Good enough. Good enough. A little bit tricksy to kind of get that to line up the way I want it to. Like, that's not quite... Yeah, okay. But I'm thinking this is what I'm going to actually do. I'm just going to go for like a center pillar in all these instances underneath. Not try to do the whole shebang. Which is why the solar panels might be okay here. That said, they're in shade, which is why I'm considering moving them or getting rid of them in their entirety. Because they're not going to really be able to absorb much sun with that much shade over them. They kind of have to go elsewhere for them to make some degree of logical sense. Roughly center. Would be roughly center if it actually connected with the damn thing. It's like, no, please connect with the actual piece itself, my game. Come on. Come on. Did that connect, or is that hanging? That's hanging again. I don't get that. I don't get why it does that. But it does. And it makes no sense. Oh, fine. Oxygen critical, whatever. I'm okay. I'm perfectly okay, game. This is not a big deal. Yeah, okay, that's what I was afraid of was going to happen, that wasn't quite right height. Right, this is how I did it. I remember how I did it now. I grabbed one at one of the edges where it was behaving a little bit more, and then I got one that was more towards the center. And that's not exactly center, but it's close enough for my liking, and I'm not particularly in the mood to fight with this too terribly much. Especially since getting these to snap underneath each other can sometimes be a little bit of a chore. Oh, that's why it's giving trouble, because it's right by the flower spreader. Okay. Sorry, friend. I'm going to have to move you somewhere else. It's like, why is this giving me grief? Normally this is reasonably happy to snap. That's why. There we go. It's fine. I'll just reposition the flower spreader up a little more and it'll be good to go. Back here. There we go. So that's one. That's two. And I should have enough iron to do the last of them. This one. This one is by far the sneakiest and trickiest of the bunch. Oh, hold on a sec, folks. Okay. Sorry about that. I think if I put it like under here, it should be fine. And I can try to line it up by doing 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should work out okay. I just got to get enough height. To get the snap. Huh. Why are you giving me grief on that snap point, friend? What's going on here? That is actually a really good spot for you. Oxygen. 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 Ay, ay, ay. The blue skies lull you into a false sense of security. You're like, oh, look, it's blue skies. We're able to get flowers to grow, etc., etc., etc. But no, no, you'll die if you try to breathe the air for too long. Because of course you will. Let's see if that gives me a better vantage point to see what's being persnickety with this all. Is that actually connected? That's actually connected. Okay, awesome. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, no, let's jump up. Give me standing on top of the... Maybe they don't have collision. These might not have collision, which would be a little bit unfortunate. Because they'd be ideal to kind of give me a little bit of the height boost necessary to get that to snap in place. Oh, you can. Okay, cool. I just had to be a little bit more patient, and I eventually should get it. Come on. Nah, flashlight doesn't help in this case. Because now nighttime is setting in. See, I'm going to have to move at least some of the solar panels. I don't want to move all of them. And I can maybe just break up the banks into that one bank of them into like 2. But this should be fine. Also, because I know that actually doesn't do me a lick of good. One, and then go at least one more down, and we should be good to go. It looks like one more to actually get the entire height I'm looking for. There is, unfortunately, no way to make it daytime again. So I kind of just have to deal with it being a touch dark. That said, it is time to bounce back in, refill my oxygen, so this should be okay. I think it turned us daytime, though, from that brief little step inside, so that's good. Yeah, it did. I can see that way better now. What do I have? I have 2. Yeah, I want to put at least one more down here, because that feels a little perilous. But if I do like one more set, that's leaves me reasonably happy. That's actually not connecting. Why? After I went through all that trouble to get it to connect, it decided it's not going to connect. Gee, thanks. That's one thing I wish they allowed, to make it so you could snap these into the very bottom of some, say, buildings, and not have them just hanging like a little bit over, which to me looks incredibly weird. It looks wrong to my senses, and I want it to look remotely believable, even if it's not perfectly believable. But I suppose it is what it is. Okay, so that's way off. Two. 3. I'll use them over there and try to get more for this one. Because it should behave for this friend. Especially if I, like, take out a couple of solar panels. Just to make sure there's nothing directly underneath it. That if that's making the game give a little bit of grief to actually snap this in place. There we go. I keep forgetting, too, that I can just hold down control when I'm placing these and keep placing more. Okay. Oh no, my oxygen is critical. Whatever shall I do? Neum. The power of jetpack. The power of max tier jetpack, actually. Protects me from dying. Grab a little more water. Okay. I definitely need to remake those atmospheric collectors. Though. Because they were what let me have such a massive pool of water bottles in the first place. And I kind of need them back. Okay. Right, I should actually just go out and get more iron proper and just replace all of these. Well, I don't have to... I don't have to replace all of them, just the ones that are directly under... Yeah, I'm just going to find someplace else for the solar panels. Because I think I like the look of them, but I want them somewhere where it makes some degree of sense. Like, say, over here. No. This is one of the spots where it makes sense to have a few of them. Like, scatter them about a bit, as opposed to them being all in one spot. One more. Oh. I need one more actual iron to finish placing that one down. 2, 3. Four. Let's see if I can find one iron around here. There's probably one underwater, considering the rate at which asteroids literally smack into the surface of the planet. Titanium, silicon, iron. Good. Okay, up we go. Okay. And then as soon as I'm done with this, I'm going to take a small break. And we're going to move on to something else. Something that's not mouse and keyboard. So I'm going to give my hands a break from mouse and keyboard for a little bit in just a few moments. But I have a few more things I want to do here before I'm good and done. That's fine. I'll let the death taxi. I can speak, I swear. Take me home. Not that it's taking me terribly far. Enough to pick up a few more. 1, 2. There we go. There we go. Okay. No. There. There. 2 more from the look of it. Maybe 3. One. 2. 1 more. So yeah, it was 3. There you go. Again, 1 iron. Am I just not picking up the final piece of iron when I'm breaking down like the last one or something? Because I'm always ending up 1 iron short. That's weird. I don't expect to end up 1 iron short every single time. It's 6 materials. Yeah, okay. I'm 1 iron short again. For whatever the reason may be. Huh. Okay. It is what it is, I suppose. Yes, hello, little girl. Do 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 do. I'm pretty sure I know what she's meowing about. One of Abby's sisters has come in to register a complaint, and I've got a pretty good sense of what that complaint is. We had our dinner. I'm not sure if they had theirs. And anyone with cats knows that if they want to make something known, they're going to make it known. There is no ignoring that. Not for terribly long, anyway. Down for 1 more iron. I may as well see what else I can find down here iron-wise. Actually, that's kind of silly, isn't it? That's very silly. I don't need to worry about this. Yeah. Oxygen critical. Gee, thanks. I couldn't tell. Of course it's critical. Just let me get down my last solar panel first, okay? There we go. You let me get down my solar panels. Thank you. Okay. It spawned me in here. Go figure. I mean, I'll take it. It's still weird that that's the respawn point. Okay. The next major thing to do then is I need to get my water collectors back in play. And that's an iron, a silicon, a magnesium, a cobalt, an aluminum, and a super alloy. Iron, flat out. Well, I have 1, but that's it. I had 4 total. I think I can drop down to 3 and be reasonably okay. This is just to give me plenty of water to play with for things. It's not that I need the water for when I'm traveling. Silicon. Magnesium. And super alloy. So I need 1 more magnesium, 3 super alloys. So down the stairs we go. One. And then 2 iron to complete the ensemble. But the iron requires a bit of exploration. Actually, the iron, if I'm intelligent, which sometimes I am, uranium cave works fine, is go back to one of the caves and get all the iron I can grab off of their collections. Yoop. Magnesium. Food. Silly of me to have left food in there. But I'm guessing because I wanted to carry back a bunch of materials. That's why I left it. Zeolite and osmium. It brings me to... Okay, well, that's an unpleasant surprise. My teleporter is underwater. I need to move them up. Whoops. I was like, what? It's still working. But it's still underwater. That's a little bit of a concern. It's not stopping the teleporter from functioning. I'm kind of surprised that it would flood. I thought I was done with all the flooding. I'm in Zeolite Cave. The actual Zeolite portion of the cave. I didn't expect this would fill in with water. Yeah. It floods. Who knew? So I'm going to be moving that up to above flood zone. As soon as I've taken care of a couple other things. That is wild, though. I'll put 1 there. They look weird when they're at an angle. I don't like that. I can put them down here and it'll make a whole lot more sense. Or at least one of them down here. I want somewhere I can fit all 4 of them in one fell swoop. And it's not going to be up here because I don't want to take away from the pretty territory I've got. All that pretty spot for flowers. I don't want to lose that. I went around the ship. I was like, what's going on here? That's what's going on. Hard to see where I'm going. Because it is nighttime. That is true. I didn't think there was any more ice left to melt, though, for it to flood. Which has me worried about some of the other caves. No, osmium is safe. The osmium portion is much higher. But it has me slightly worried about where my stuff is in Iridium. Well, no, Iridium was fine when I went there, though, so... I don't know. It's weird. No, these have to be on ground, solid ground. Okay. I mean, I don't mind traveling a little bit to get to my water collectors. But I don't want to travel... But if I put it too far down, then I'm better off building the collectors that function off the lake than just take a trip down to the lake and gather from there. Actually, Buttons, you might know the answer. How much more efficient are those ones by comparison? The lake water collectors. Like, how much more water do you generally get per one of those than you get off of an atmospheric, which gives you 4 at any given point in time? So I'd be okay not using the atmospherics. Or at least less of them. That doesn't bother me. I don't have very many of the bio nuggets. But those are makeable without too much difficulty. I have enough for 1. I'll put it that way. I can put up at least the 1 here. I found a spot where it was relatively flat. Because I don't want it, like, doing crazy gymnastics. It's like game. It's not that hard. It's fine up here. I'm sure it'll be okay. There. That's the one spot I can get relatively, like, stable. do. It's over here. I can probably get a couple of them to behave properly, like, right about here. Maybe. I mean, this is slightly sloped. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Not as good as I was hoping, but okay. It's not the end of the world. I apparently only had enough materials to make 3 on me. Whatevs. Yeah, I think as I decided I only needed 3. So that's good. There's one very close to home. And the other 2 are further away, and I'm okay with that. And it means I'll try 1 lake water collector, magnesium and aluminum in a super, plus 3 bio nuggets. The nuggets I've got right here. Magnesium, aluminum, and super. Plenty of all of that. That's not an issue. I'll grab the aluminum from... And I think the magnesium bolt from my overflow. Aluminum, yes. Magnesium, no. I have fallen back to just the plus. I'll drop 1 in the lake and see. Because it'll mean if I'm ever out that way and I want to kind of gather water, like lots of water, I can... It might make more sense. Whoop. Let's see, that gathers 8. Okay, so one of those has a roughly twice the efficiency of the atmospherics, which sort of makes sense. There's a lot more water for it to draw from to filter as opposed to trying to pluck it out of the air. But it is also like way down from where my base actually is, so it's also the least convenient. Great if you're right on a water source, by far, but not ideal when you've got a tower up here like I do. Said it's time. Let's progress these forward. And then up. Oh, because it clips in. Is that why it's not letting me? Oy vey, game. Can we not, please? The clip-in is fine for... Oh, but it wouldn't be okay for that, actually. Okay, I can sort of make sense of why it's being a little persnickety now. But that's too low. That is way too low. That doesn't connect in the slightest, game. What are you smoking? Look at that. Look at that gap. I guess this thing's gonna hang. Like, be held up by anti-gravity because it's not really behaving for me. And I don't feel like spending all night getting it to behave. Wait, hold on. Yes, yes, maybe. No. Oy. No. Come on. That conflict, probably. I can hope it doesn't. Yeah, I'm eventually going to get that to work right. And when I do, I'm going to be very, very happy. But until then, I'm going to be, like, slightly... It's like, it doesn't know that you need to fear the wrath of the dragon. Don't piss off dragon. Yet it's trying to piss me off, and I don't understand why. It thinks it'll survive. It's very silly of it. Very fortunate for it, I'm quite patient at the moment. Ah! Yes. Yes. Sort of. That's good enough. That'll suffice. As long as it doesn't get dumb and... You let me connect to that, and then you say no. I can't do it any... That's my response, game. That is my response. If memory serves, I had an extreme amount of trouble getting the ones to sit properly under the original bunch. So this is not out of the ordinary. This is kind of one of the gripes I'd have with the game. Its building system is a little finicky. For early access, it's in surprisingly good shape. So I'm not... Bear in mind, folks, I'm not being overly critical here. But still, it is something that needs to be worked on. Because this shouldn't be... I should have much more granular control than that. Where I can say, no, please connect to the bottom of this thing. So that I can then build you down. But I'll admit this clipping in is kind of bothering me in all of the spots, and I can fix that because I have one that isn't clipping in and is anchored, well, securely enough. If I fix it here, I think it'll behave right everywhere else. So, let me see. This might help. It doesn't exactly, but it's close enough that unless you're like looking real close at it, it more or less works. So, I'll take that. I'm not going to try to be too peculiar, too picky here. It's not really worth the hassle. Let's see how far off it is on from the underside here. a little bit. But it's okay, I suppose. Okay. Trim that out. Trim that one. And then see if I can get like 1 or 2 more over. Because those are a little bit... Those don't look quite right. Even if I'm willing to accept them not actually touching the bottom of that particular dome. It's good enough for the time being. And I need to not be quite so insane about this. And I think I want multiples under here. It makes way more sense considering the weight of these domes for them to have multiples beneath them as opposed to just one. That's good enough. I would prefer if I could have gotten it dead center like I did on that one, but I can't. And this is about as close as I'm gonna... Plus dead center is gonna look a little weird considering how massive the tier 2 is anyway. So that should be okay. I mean, if you're looking at it from a distance, you're not really going to be able to tell that anything's up with that. So, in fact, I'm going to test that theory. And then I'm going to check my other stuff that might and see if something's underwater. Yeah, that's a little weird. That's a little too weird. I can probably do something to help that look a little less strange. Like do one more cross and that should be okay. Two. There we go. The one more across does the trick. Inside, empty out inventory. It's just a little bit of iron, but I need as much space as possible, considering I'm about to go and bring back a lot of stuff in just a few moments. Because I need to rescue the stuff that's underwater now in that cave. This one is fine. I didn't think this one would be a problem. So Super Cave is good. Iridium Cave is fine. I wonder just how deep this water is actually going to go. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So it's only a zeolite cave that you have to worry about, it looks like. As far as I can tell. Underwater. On the plus side, anything I don't need, I can just kind of toss here, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Huh. Ice in the wild. Fascinating. I haven't seen ice in the wild in quite some time. Okay. Now pop back under. And rescue the teleporter. But it looks like this is as far up as the flooding goes. So I think I'm good to just rebuild here. Okay, this one was osmium. Zeolite. Cave. It just has me curious if there's anything else that's actually flooded around here that I have to be aware of. Also, if I see iron, I'm bringing it home because I have so precious little of the stuff. Okay, so arches. Yeah, arches are way up high. I wouldn't expect them to have any water problems. Sulphur Falls is in plenty okay shape. And of course, the location where all of my nuclear power plants happen to be. And there's no water to be spotted here, but that's to be expected. Grab all that iron. Okay, so it's just this central portion of it that's flooded. This is also lower, but it hasn't filled with water, and I don't think it will. So that's good to know. Overflow. I'll grab that out of overflow in a little bit. That's not technically overflow territory, but it should be okay. Okay, no, I want to go down. I have zeolite to put away, because I do have an overflow for zeolite now. I have iron to put away. And I can start to rebuild my numbers for things too as I kind of go along. You know what? I'll put that away properly. 2, 3, 4. Is that? Ow. Cobalt is at, yeah, Cobalt's actually only slightly in overflow, so Cobalt's fine now. And more importantly, object materials. Actually, this really should be kind of under survival stuff, because I should have this on me if I'm going out for for any sort of thing. Whereas that's exploration entirely. Oh wow, it's already 11:40. I did not anticipate this would take quite this long, but it did. I like the lighting at the moment. It's making a lot of the silver stuff look kind of goldish, if you look at it in just the right way. Or it was for a little while. That was pretty cool. So let's head back downstairs and actually settle into the home. Because I think I'm good and done. I'll just double check my numbers, see how things are kind of going up here. Oh, and there's insects, by the way. 1.10 TTI. I knew I was getting close to breaking that into the next rank. I just wasn't sure how long, if I'd get it before I was done. And sure enough, once they release insects, I'll immediately have the stuff for it. Because I'm in insects. So, that is nifty. Thank you, thank you. And now, that quick tick up in growth is gonna be a lot slower, because we're at the next scale. And you can see my heat is barely going up. Heat, pressure, biomass, oxygen is really what's kind of climbing quickly. So I have some work to be done as far as like optimizing, but for now I'm not worried about it, because there's no point in worrying about it all when insects aren't a thing yet. That said, the new base is done. This is what I wanted to do today, isn't it? This is absolutely gorgeous. Sure, I'll give a quick tour. I'll also grab a little bit of food and water because I do need it. So grab a bean. Nom. I'm aware about that water need. Thank you. So, shall I start? I'll start with an exterior tour and then I'll go indoors, so we can see it in its full. And I'll also bring back some more of these waters, because my water supply was getting kind of low bottle-wise. So here we go. Yum. So from here you can see the two domes with their support scaffolds, because them looking down and like being supported by nothing seemed a little, still feels a little ridiculous to me. With my launch bay, heater stuff, the new location of all of the solar panels. And the game has some of them facing different directions, but whatever. It just means they'll catch the sun when it's at different points. And I'm okay with that. I'm not going to stress too much over it. I can fix that later if I really feel like it. Here, this is a good spot. Oh. I'm moving these. That's one thing I forgot to do. Yeah, don't worry about that, friend. I'm going to fix the power issue in just a moment. I knew there was something else I wanted to do. I wanted to get the nuclear fission moved somewhere where it wasn't an immediate sight. Like, not in amongst the flowers. So I'll just put it there. Power restored. There we go. So we can see a view from up top here. My sleeping quarter. I know, I love... They were pretty in the flowers. I mean, I can put them back if you really think they look better there. It is true. It is purple. Purple and purple. Okay. Pretty purple. Yeah, I do kind of see it. They look decorative. Ah, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, my flower fields. Because if you've got a bunch of pretty glass everywhere, you want pretty stuff to look at. With the bedroom, the living quarters, the office, the warehouse. We'll go inside there in just a moment. We'll go under because it'll be a little easier to get where we want to go. The stairway up. I do really like that look amongst kind of that it's back there. It's not immediately obvious where the entrance is. Entering the house, you have a staircase down to the warehouse, so you don't have to go all the way through it. Some quick lockers for accessing the stuff you need for survival, which I include the portal materials in survival stuff. And project materials. Actually, this is more survival because this is that kind of exploration. I can say there. Then the office itself. Nice big old space with the teleporter right here. So I can just go straight, boom, hop back, and then head down into the warehouse itself. With all of my information at a glance. And of course, views, because you must have the views when you're this high up. That is actually really pretty. The overflow. Because it's a thing that happens. Overflow. When you just have way too much stuff. The warehouse itself. I'm particularly proud of the centerpiece here. With having them going all the way around that central pillar. Of the two, the bigs combining together. And it's perfect. It gives you 6 total. You could probably get more if you pulled this center one away a little bit. And reposition things a little, but I'm content with this. That's enough. My actual crafting stations. So the basic, the advanced, the recycler. I don't need the destroyer because I don't actually intend to destroy anything. And like before, I run it the basic 5: iron, titanium, silicon, magnesium, cobalt, aluminum. Basic 6, really. Exactly. Why destroy when you can hoard? With a plus, so I have a little bit of overflow down here. Supers. Other miscellaneous for things like my microchips and my rocket engines. Home stuff, because I still have a lot more fabric than I know what to do with. Sulfur, all manner of other things. And this leads directly into the biolab, where everything you make can go right away into here, so it's very easy to access. Anything you need to grow for making stuff in the biolab is right here. Yep. And then if you go downstairs through here, there is the domes and my quarters. The tree dome, the tier 2, the flower dome, so named because I put a bunch of flowers in it, because otherwise it looks empty. And I'm like, no, I want pretty in there. And there is room to expand out beyond there if I found I needed to expand. But I don't really see the need to add anything to this. It feels unnecessary. And then the living quarters itself, including cozy seat right by the table and the views. The absolute best of all the views. And actually, you can see them too, like, really well from in here, which gives you a full, almost 360. Exactly. So you can look around the almost the entirety of it, and you can see the crashed ship there if you really to see kind of where things started for everyone. It does make a nice little backdrop to say, look what I've reclaimed from all of that wreckage and horrendousness to this is my domain. And no government is going to come in and tell me otherwise. Like, good luck booting somebody out when they've been able to build something like this, right? Yeah. I am so happy, so proud of this. I'm considering taking like screenshots on my own time and submitting it. I think the devs have a place where you can post your creations. I'm considering posting this because I'm real proud of this thing. But I'll do that on my own time because I want to get the angles exactly right and maybe clean up a couple of things. Maybe a video tour too? Maybe. If their spot takes video tours. It might only be photos. Kind of like what the Valheim devs are doing. Oh, just to have it. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. So, that said, we are done with Planet Crafter for the night. I'm going to just double save out of paranoia. And I mean, that number, 1.02. That feels good. Now, the question is at this point, it is pretty close to midnight. I will need at least a little bit of a break if we're going to say do any marbles, and I'm tempted by marbles. What does chat think? Is chat interested in marbles tonight? That's a little bit of a bite that I don't like. Go away. I'll put a poll in chat so folks can just respond to the poll if they want to. Putting 3 minutes on it. Regardless, it wouldn't start right away. I'd want to take a quick break, move my plate into the kitchen, heat up a little more of the tea that remains, possibly refill my water a little bit. Probably refill my water. It's just about empty now. So yes, let me know, folks, if you are at all interested in marbles tonight. I'm going to briefly boot in to see if I can look up how close I am to the next ticket. I think I'm a ways off from ticket number 6. I think I'm working on number 6. So I'm getting there, but it's starting to become take longer and longer between tickets, between like the amounts to actually get that ticket unlocked. I will also take a look if folks are not interested in marbles. We'll probably then call it a relatively early night, with the possibility of looking for a raid target. So I'm gonna like take a look and see if there's anybody that like immediately jumps out to me that I want to like go over to. But I'm more feeling like I want to keep going, if that makes any sense. Let's see who is on that if folks are not interested in marble stuff tonight. Okay. Well, we got Bizdra Ghost Recon, okay. There's not a whole lot of... There's maybe 1 or 2 people who are kind of tempting and live at the Mo. You're also working on something. I suspect that's where a lot of folks are. They're kind of like taking care of something else. And marbles isn't quite in the cards. Which is a touch disappointing, I'll admit. Because I'm getting kind of close. Okay. So yeah, I'll at the very least change the game over to marbles, and when I come back, I'll set up a very basic some races, and we'll see if folks come around who are interested in playing. But I do need to take a few minute break, though, before we actually get those races started. So, that said, I'm going to bounce over to the BRB screen. I'll be back in a few with a fresh cup of tea, more water because I need more water, and then... You know, let me get marbles up and running so people can start voting in on their stuff. I think that's the better way to run this tonight. Go into there. Go. I don't care, marbles. Thank you. I'm aware of that. Captain, captain, captain. I'm working towards number 5. Okay, that's what it is. At least that's what it looks like to me. I can't quite read that very clearly in the OBS window. So here, game capture, properties, marbles, marbles, marbles. Okay. That's number 5. Okay. I would love to clear ticket number 6. If I could clear ticket number 6, that's the final one where there's streaming gear on the line. After that, it's money, which is definitely appreciated. I think it's like 5K and then 10K respectively, but it's not quite as like crucial, quite as important as the lead up ones. Plus hitting 7 and 8, I don't know if it's possible. I'd have to do a stream that's almost entirely marbles, and I don't know that I quite have that in me. That's sad. Camo blue's interesting, but nah. I'm gonna save my coins. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up an opportunity for folks to start getting votes in as far as what they would like to see track-wise. It'll be as is usual, and actually to ensure it's done this way, you'll get to vote on 5 standard maps, and so that'll be the 5 that'll be brought up here. Then I'll expand it up to 11, bring in some community maps, and then Buckshot. That said, though, I will be right back in a few minutes with some tea and a couple other things taken care of. So stick around, folks. Okay, folks, and I am back. I cannot wait for my new glasses to finally be ready to pick up. I suspect that's a big part of why the Mega Blink is happening. I see no one saw a map they were interested in voting for. That's okay. I'll just select some myself, and we'll get a Grand Prix going. I just have to get something back on. As per usual, the rules for Grand Prix and Battle and Marble Royales are in effect. If you win one, whether it is a Grand Prix or a Marble Battle Royale, you get a channel point redeem of your choice worth up to 5,000 points. If there are 7 or more racers in a given race, this is counting Pixelbot, who we tend to summon, top 3 score, and it will always be an 11 race Grand Prix followed by a Battle Royale, followed by another Grand Prix if people are interested in that being run. If not, we will find somebody to raid and just kind of rest for the night, and I'll come back in with more marbles on Saturday. Which I suspect will probably be a little bit more... There'll be more people looking for marbles on Saturday than perhaps on a Wednesday. But, yeah, you never know. Some folks might really enjoy the marbles. So, that said, I'm going to start choosing some courses. We're going to grab Off the Rails. Let me move this back up to 11. Bongo Boogie. On Thin Ice. Love is in the Air. And MSLA Raceway. Those will be our standard maps for the night. Then we're going to grab from favorites Delightful Diverging Daydream. Because of course we got to run it at least once every other Grand Prix, if not every Grand Prix. Big Orbiting Obstacle looks good. Colorful Sky Garden. Twisting Turning Activity. I like the look of that one. Fascinating Vivid Abyss. That's a fun name. That's what? Okay, that's all we need. And then I go back in and grab Buckshot. So yes, everyone at home, if you are interested in joining in the marbles races, all you need to do is type !play. That is it. Nice and simple, and most importantly, 100% completely free. You don't need the game. You don't need to download anything. It's that simple. So, I'm going to wait a few moments, give folks a chance to get a play command in if they would like to, before I put a 1-minute countdown timer on the clock, okay? Meanwhile, Buttons has brought me a fantastic looking dessert, and I will happily munch some of it while I give people a chance to get their responses in. Oreo cheesecake. Oh, so tasty. Do, 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 do. Welcome, Skyleaf555. Welcome, welcome. Okay, anyone else who wants to get a play command in, you will have a little less than 1 minute. There's now a 1-minute countdown timer on the clock. Hello, hello. Let me give you proper waves. How are you tonight, if you don't mind answering? And more importantly, do you have a specific name you'd like to be called? And since I do not see you using the Alejo extension. What are your pronouns, if that matters? I want to make sure I get them right. Less than 30 seconds to get a play command in, by the way, folks. He, him, and you go by Leafy. Okay, got it. Got it. And I'm glad to hear that you are doing good today. That is fantastic. Okay. And the race is about to be off, folks. Let's focus in on our new friend here, Leafy. Oh, is that a hot steaming cup of tea in the hands of your profile person? Oh, that is adorable. I literally just made myself it was brewed earlier in the day, but I heated it up. Some tea. His name is Curry? Gotcha. So yeah, I have a nice hot, not quite steaming cup of tea, but still, I have a nice warm cup of tea in hand myself. It's so good. There wasn't a lot left in the pot, unfortunately, so it's only like half a cup, but still, it'll suffice for the remainder of the night. I can always make more when once I've found somebody to raid later on. Let's see, as far as the positions are concerned, it looks like, if I'm reading correctly, it's a fight between Leafy and Pixelbot for first. Pixelbot falling off the track to go play Sudoku. Leafy bouncing back, but most likely going to have a real good shot here. Oh wait, here comes my marble and Button's marble. Leafy taking first. Congratulations. Looking to come in second. Assuming the bounces go in my favor. My marble. And Button's taking third. Indeed. Woohoo. Moving on to the next one. Bongo Boogie. This one is a favorite of someone who's comes in on some streams, Jaunty Jackalope. Awesome people. There's a lot of awesome people who come around, actually, who are well worth giving a follow to. I was actually talking about this earlier. I need to come up with a list of people who, if somebody's like, hey, I'm looking for new people to check out and explore, I can say, consider this list. There are a bunch of awesome folks on this list right here. Various friends of the channel and whatnot. All good beans. All wonderful streamers in their own right. Okay, race 2 of 11 is now up, folks. Feel free to get your play commands in if you would like to. Oh, and Leafy, since you weren't here when I initially announced it, I do marbles in a very specific way, in that if you win a Grand Prix or if you win a Battle Royale, you get a channel point redeem worth up to 5,000 points if you are interested. So, even more... how do I put this? Yes, exactly. And that's every channel point redeem except a journeyman status, aka VIP. So that's basically all of them are 5,000 points or less. Anyone else who wants to get a play command in, you have less than a minute to do so now. About 50 some odd seconds on the clock. I mean, if you're gonna play anyway, cool, enjoy the game. But I figure I can give folks a little something extra for being willing to come on and hang out. That is so good. So good. Oh, also, I don't usually call out folks who followed, but since you are active in chatting in chat at the moment, also, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the tribe. I hope you enjoyed the books you were given. One of them is titled 42 Ways to Roast Tonight, one of the best dragon cookbooks ever written. Written in dragon, of course, but we'll teach you how to read the language, don't worry. It usually doesn't take too terribly long. And some of those recipes are fantastic. Especially night tacos. Night tacos are best tacos. And here we go, Bongo Boogie. Actually, out of curiosity, Leafy, are you a streamer by any chance? One thing I like to do is folks who I know who are streamers who come on in, I like to give them a shout out, because I only recently broke the 200 follower number. You're not? Okay, no worries. And I very, very firmly believe that, considering how much of a gap there is between the smaller streamers, even like the ones who just barely hit partner, and the well-known names, I want to try to support folks if they are indeed streamers, because I remember what it was like barely managing to make 2 or 3 average viewers in a given night. And if I can help get folks a couple more people who might be interested. Also, congrats on another win. Congrats. Ah, yes. Isn't that a gorgeous marble? That is my favorite marble of all the skins I've unlocked so far. Or picked up. We had Pixelbot in second, Buttons in third, and myself in fourth. Now, as far as points towards the Grand Prix are concerned, if we have less than 7, counting Pixelbot, mind you, only first person actually scores points. So that works out just fine. Race 3 of 11, by the way, now. Also, Buttons, if you're willing to get a shout out for the last seahorse real quick. Speaking of really, really good streamers, really good beans, the music we are listening to right now is one of the many DJ sets put together and expertly played by The Last Seahorse, a non-binary streamer here on Twitch. So they use they them pronouns. Particularly good because they're all Twitch safe, which is excellent for anyone who's looking for music to kind of use on Twitch. That said, less than a minute on the clock now for folks who still want to get a play command in. I always love when the Sonic remixes come up in these sets, because Sonic music is great to begin with, and then when you get like talented folks remixing it, it gets even better. In fact, if Seahorse is still going by the time we're ready to find a raid, I'm considering raiding into Seahorse. In part because Seahorse is playing Minecraft tonight. And considering the fact that we were effectively building in Planet Crafter earlier, Minecraft would be a very good fit for kind of the right mood and for like a game that is at least reasonably close. Granted, I don't know what mods or what settings Seahorse and presumably friends are running with at the Mo. It could be a very highly like creative set of rules and whatnot. It could be very strict and survival. Knowing them, I doubt that it's very strict survival. I'm willing to bet that it's erring towards the side of creative. That's usually the way Seahorse runs. But I could be wrong. We'll see when the time comes, though. Okay, on thin ice. Let's see where the marbles are at. Leafy. Oh. Can Leafy get out of the way of the Steve in time? Yes, Leafy manages to avoid the Steve and is starting to catch up to Pixelbot, who had managed to shoot ahead. Here comes my marble. Let's see. Here's Pixelbot in the burr machine. I do really like these burr machines. They're great for kind of just mixing up the order a bit, giving a little bit of a challenge in a way that sometimes the Steves don't. Okay, it looks like my marble and Leafy's marbles have shot ahead. Pixelbot has fallen back to 4th, although this is a twisty-turny enough of a map that can sometimes be a little bit misleading, but I think we're far enough ahead that it's pretty realistic at this point in time. Okay, who will be the first one to go down the funnel? My marble going first, beating Z's record. Here comes Leafy, just a little bit behind. Two wins in the first 3 races is pretty darn good, so I think you stand a pretty good chance at that prize. And will it be Buttons or Pixelbot who takes 3rd? It's looking like maybe Buttons. Buttons makes it through no, not a portal, funnel. I don't know why my brain... No, I know why my brain went back to portal. Because I was messing with teleporters earlier in the Planet Crafter. Okay. Yeah, was maybe 5 seconds behind, which, considering the nature of the obstacles there, is really not bad at all. With that, we will move on to race number 4. Love is in the air. Go ahead and get your plate commands in for race number 4 of 11 if you would like to join in. I've summoned Pixel. We've got Leafy. Fantastic. And there's Buttons. Okay. Anyone else who still wants to get a play command, welcome in, Dill. I figured if I put this one in, it would entice you to come out for at least a little bit. This is Dill's favorite map, if I'm not mistaken. Whenever offered a chance to vote on a map, Dill usually picks this one. Anyone else who still wants to get a play command in, though, you now have a little less than a minute to do so. Yes. Yes, by all means. Feel free to get a couple more shoutouts there. Actually, Dill, I haven't caught you live recently. Are you still working on your new model? Or are you just streaming at times that I'm not able to catch it these days? That I'm thinking on it. Because I know you were working on a new model at some point. I don't know how far you got into preparing that particular model for your streams. And the marbles are off. Let's see if I can grab Dill. No. Oh, Dill. There we go. The wonderful Dill, one of my fantastic mods. It's directly from your Xbox. Your laptop doesn't like running the stream. Off and on. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. And that would explain why I don't ever catch it. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, I hope it's going well for you at the very least. Knowing what kind of a challenge hardware that's a little underpowered can be sometimes. If I tried streaming on my old laptop, I would have had a heck of a time. Oh yeah, that would do it too. How is Valhalla compared to some of the other AC games, by the way? Because I know I enjoyed, what was it, 1 and 2 well enough, but then they started getting kind of stale for me. And considering some of the debacles of you call this ready for release have shown up for some of the AC games, one would be, I hope, understanding for why it'd be a little bit iffy, especially with an AC game at a release. Okay, gotcha. I've seen some of Origins. I think Origins was the one set in ancient Greece, right? Button's taking first. Myself second. Here comes Pixel for third. Leafy in fourth. And then Dill. Will Dill actually take fifth? Origins is Egypt. Okay. What was the one in ancient Greece? Odyssey? I remember seeing that one. Odyssey is Greece. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Moving on to race number 5. MSLA Raceway. All I know is that the AC games got to be way too expensive after a while. Oh. I'm partway through Forgotten Land at this point. I've seen most of it. So, I know I've got some sense of what you're talking about with the final boss. I think. Or at least one of the leading bosses leading up to it. I have not seen the final boss yet, which is maybe a better thing because it means I'll be surprised when I actually get up to it. No, and yeah, the music in Kirby games is fantastic. You'll actually hear some Kirby remixes in Seahorse's DJ sets. Kirby stuff, Sonic. There's a few that show up a lot because there's a lot of good variants of them floating about, and because the original music is so good to begin with. Okay. Anyone who wants to get a play command in now has a little less than 1 minute to do so, by the way. No, the games that have been eating up my time lately are my old standbys, Valheim, where I'm sitting about 670 hours, I want to say. Not a lot of Bloodstained lately. But that is one of my favorite games, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night, especially the randomizer mode. If you're a fan of Metroidvanias, it's well worth checking out, and I believe it's 150% worth the price. Same thing with Valheim. If you like that kind of survival, even if you don't terribly like the survival portions of it, the building in Valheim is surprisingly deep, and you can build a lot of amazing stuff. Welcome back. I think you just missed it. Remind me the correct pronunciation of your name, please. I vaguely remember it, but I don't want to get it wrong. You'll wait? Okay, no prob. Just Issa? Okay. But yes, welcome back, Issa. Welcome back. Where was I going with that? Right, Valheim. Valheim's crafting and building system is surprisingly deep and lets you build some really phenomenal things. I've been in process of slowly putting together the foundational elements for a community server in the game. So if anybody plays the game and is interested, if you type !Discord, you can get a link to the Discord channel where information concerning the community server will be kind of going up as I'm able and ready to transfer it from a file on my computer to a dedicated server. But I've had a whole lot of fun, not just building a representation of Dragonhome of my home to show everyone, but building that community server world with a craft island for all of the crafting stations, so people can just come in with the materials and do what they want to do. This is only race 5 of 11 of the Grand Prix. I'm in for at least another hour probably. Yeah, you're good. So Valheim's a really good game and really inexpensive, like $20 normal price. Super worth it. Bloodstained's one of my favorites, and Elden Ring has been eating a lot of my gaming time recently. Because, yeah, something like that. Especially a few days ago, when I was doing quite a few things and then managed to beat Malenia in 7 or 8 tries. In part because I was so overpowered, but in part because I think I'm getting better at the game. You know, just a little bit. But yeah, oh, that felt good. It felt super good to beat her and not have it take like hours and hours and hours or days of frustrating attempts to do so. Okay. As for the race itself, we are on lap 3 of 4. We have Leafy in the lead, but myself and Buttons are trying valiantly to catch up. I might. I'm assuming by now they've patched all the problems, and was it Unity that had all the issues? Like the game-breaking ones? Or Syndicate? One of them had a lot of problems, I remember. But yeah, I'll admit, I've been enjoying playing a stealth build in Elden Ring. Being like, yeah, by the way, here I am, samurai in armor, but because of a particular charm I have, you can't hear me moving. So I can just go walk right up to you and stab you in the back with a katana. Because, that's completely and utterly realistic. But it feels so good. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those... They really should have held it back that extra week, given it the TLC it needed to make sure it would, leave a really good impression on everybody. But they didn't, and it ran into the problems No Man's Sky did. Where now the game is actually quite good, but it left a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths in the early days of its release. Too many games have been that way lately, actually, I've found. Which is part of why I'm liking the indie games more so than the AAAs. Because the indie games, either you're dealing with a smaller dev team where there's some understanding for an issue or two, or they're releasing it through early access where they're catching a lot of the problems before it ever hits version 1.0. Also, as far as the results of that particular race, myself in first, followed by Pixelbot, Leafy, Buttons, and then Dill. We're moving on to the first of the community maps we're doing for tonight. Folks who've played here before will be familiar with this one, because it is a staple whenever it is uploaded. Go ahead and get your play commands in for Delightful Diverging Daydream by our very own Melodic Button Mash. This is a very well-made map. Also, hello Agent, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Dill, all we're missing, perfect. We have 7 people. That means top 3 will score instead of just the person in first. And if you want to still get a play command in, you have roughly 50 seconds to do so. They added a dedicated sneak button, different clothing parts, a button for free running down instead of up. Huh. I know that the devs did their homework when it came to authenticity, as far as to the myth and the history for Odyssey. I don't know how well they stuck to that for Origins. But there was a lot they got right with Odyssey. I was watching... give me a second to try to remember the name of the channel. Playframe? Extra... Here we go. No worries. No worries, Agent. No worries. If you want to join in, you do so when you are able to. That's fine. I'll finish my thought in a moment. I'll respond to Leafy first, though. Street Fighter 6. Okay, gotcha. That makes sense. Street Fighter 6 looks really good. Uh-oh. There goes Issa to play Sudoku. Splatoon 3. Ow. Has 2 been out that long that it's time for number 3? Wow. That's something else. Kirby Fall Guys looking game. That one I've not actually heard of. But based on your description, I've got a pretty good sense of how it works. So, okay, cool. But yeah, as I was saying about Odyssey, I think it was, Playframe, the YouTube, the more Let's Play arm of Extra Credits, was doing a It was ended up being a partial playthrough. I think it was them, or it might have been. No, it. Now I'm not sure I'm remembering correctly. I remember I caught it on YouTube, where the person playing had a friend along to help commentate, a friend who's an expert in ancient Greek history and myth, and who was making all sorts of like, oh yeah, no, that's actually this is really close to what it actually was based on everything we know. This is a little bit toned down, a little bit made a little nicer and cleanlier. You know, purified a little bit. The real myth is way more adult, and it makes sense that they'd have to tone it down somewhat. But it was still close enough that it was like they did a really good job of finding that line and walking it, which is often really difficult to do. One sec. A little bit of sneeze was coming on. I don't remember if Nvidia Broadcast actually catches those, but I figured mute the microphone just to be on the safe side. Gosh, Splatoon 2 came out. Is that old? Wow. Wow. That's something else. Feel free to get a vote yes if you liked this course. I'll leave this up for a few moments so folks have an opportunity to do so. No worries still, no worries. You take care of yourself, that's more important. Thank you, my friend. You feel better too. You feel better, okay? Awesome. And for folks who are not in the know, or who maybe haven't, or maybe need a gentle reminder on it, when we get on to the start of the next one, if you put a number after your play command, whether it's like 1 or 2 or 5, you'll get that particular skin. Yeah, the dentists are awful for that. Okay, I'll explain a little more when we get to that point, actually. It'll be easier to show it. Votes going once, going twice, sold. Moving on. And congrats on taking first again on that one, Leafy. So here, if you want a specific skin, you can put that number after your play command. If you are a subscriber, you have access to numbers 6 and 7. If you are not, you still have access to numbers 1 through 5. So, if a particular marble there catches your eye, go ahead. Choose that particular marble. It's why I spend the coins I get from running these races on skin slots and new skins, so I can give people more and more interesting marbles to kind of run with. And why I've split these the way I did. Also, now my eyes are being aggravated, as I expected they would eventually be. So give me a sec, folks, while I deal with this. Meanwhile, I will bring this down so I can keep an eye on who is already in, and so that people can see if they are in or not as well. I seriously need to get my hands on those eye drops. Because this is annoying as heck. I see myself, Leafy, Buttons, and Agent have their play commands in for this race. Folks have until I've gotten my eyes to stop yelling at me. For the 1 minute countdown timer to hit to still get play commands in if they want to. Also, for some reason, the music just got louder in my ears, and I don't know why. It's been doing this lately. Like, once in a while, just gets louder and then gets softer. I think I might need an adapter to turn to make it so that the headphones can plug in at a 90-degree angle into the little soundboard. For a couple of reasons. I'll look around. Okay, anyone else who still wants to get a play command in? You have now a little less than 1 minute to do so. I now have a 1 minute countdown timer on the clock. Do. Where's Pixelbot? Do. Ba-ba. Do. Less than 15 seconds if you still want to get a play command in, folks. Oh, delish. And the marbles are off. To big orbiting obstacle. This has the camera pulled way in. I'm not used to the camera being pulled in quite this much. I didn't know you could do that. Also, I see Agent's Marble has the fat cat tonight. Or for this particular race. That's something I'm quite fond of. Seeing what version of the cat is on Agent's Marble for any given race. That is the cat who was given far too many treats version of that particular marble. I'm not entirely sure what to make of this track, incidentally. It's interesting. Huh. But I don't know that... Okay. Leafy taking first, Agent getting second. I do appreciate that the scale is much larger here. That is nice. Because usually you have to zoom way in to get this kind of a view of the marbles themselves. But... also... So, Leafy, first of all, congrats on the win. Second of all, congrats on the new track record. I think it's new world track record, actually, for that matter. Beating the current old one by a good 4 seconds. Very nicely done. Let's see if I can get my hands to behave. There we go. Sometimes they try to rebel. So... I'm going to leave this up for a few moments if anybody wants to vote yes. If you were not a fan, though, let me know why. I will leave it to myself and Agent to actually put in no votes. In large part because a no vote will bury a community map really, really deep and make it usually much, much harder for it to be seen ever again. Whereas the yes votes are a great way to reward a map you really do like. Myself, Agent, Seahorse, a couple of others are of the strongly held belief that no votes should be reserved for maps that are broken, that are unfinishable. Kind of a meh? Okay, kind of a meh is then a don't vote sort of situation, and that's how I usually handle it anyway. So if nobody else wants to vote on this one, I'm going to move on in 3, 2, and 1. That's 4 wins so far, Leafy. You're doing really well this Grand Prix. Moving on to the next community map. Colorful Sky Garden. Go ahead and get your play commands in, folks, if you want to join in on the race. We've got myself, we've got Leafy. This is going to be a real good bite of the cheesecake. There's buttons. I'll pull in Pixelbot. Oh, and there's Agent. Okay. Queen Aquino, welcome, welcome. It's been a little while. I hope you're doing good so far tonight. Also, Agent, that jam emote is precious. So adorable. I love it. We just need one more marble, one more person in the race to guarantee that top 3 will score instead of just the person who comes in first. So if anyone still wants to get a play command in, you will have roughly a minute to do so, as I'm about to put that countdown timer on the clock. Yes, hello. That too. Oh, those are fantastic. I love the emotes people come in with that they have at their disposal. This is what I'm about to say is true in general, for at any point in any of my streams. If you have awesome emotes, I would love to see them. Whether they're your own, belong to a streamer you love and support, whatever the case, maybe it's somebody we're gifted a sub to, whatever the case may be, I love seeing all the wonderful and interesting emotes people have access to. Especially if it's something that is like a dance or a vibe or a rave, something that shows you enjoying the music. There we go. Oh, those are adorable, yeah. But yes, feel free to just use your emotes. Enjoy it, folks. I do not have... I know some folks have emote spam stuff, filters in place. I do not have those in place. So if you want to just... And I actually have a few commands where you can spam some of my own emotes in like 20 or 30 copies of it all at once. If you want to see those commands, by the way, they're in the About section of the channel. There's a whole big list of them. Or you can type !commands, I believe. I think that works too, to see all the commands available. Oh, those are sweet. Those are awesome too. I love that first one. Those little like shuffle ones back and forth. Queen Aquino going to play Sudoku on their first race tonight. How unfortunate. But, sometimes a marble just needs to do something besides, race. Sometimes it needs a good Sudoku game or two. Actually, I'm curious what DJ set we're on at this point. We've moved on to June 17th. I was wondering about that. Okay. Currently in first is Buttons, although, that is, those are capable of knocking a marble off the course. I'm liking this one, folks. I'm liking this one a lot. It's got enough interesting challenges. There we go. Hello, Big Bad Dirty Dog. Thank you for the raid. And welcome, raiders. Welcome. I will get a proper hello to you in just a moment. There we go. My camera control wasn't there. If you want to get a yes vote on this for this course, please do so now. You have a little bit of time to do so. I will also get a shout out for Dirty Dog. Here we go. Playing words on stream. That's a fun one, friend. That's a fun one. How was the stream, by the way? Also, I'm going to very briefly bounce back to the chatting screen so I can give a proper hello to everyone. Fantastic. So, hello, Raiders. I am Astral, otherwise known as the Astral Hammer. As you can see, part cat, part dragon, as all of my tribe are. The horns, the ears, the hands that are sometimes rebel. Variety streamer. I always like winding down streams with marbles. You are welcome to join in. All you need to do is type !play. Thank you. Yeah, I love it. Was just so pretty. I had to. This is my hybrid form. It's hard to show the full dragon form. It's way too big. It doesn't fit on camera. And it's awful for playing games or working on computers and doing anything computer related. So the hybrid half human, half cat dragon form, that's the way to go. That said, where was I going with that? Don't mind me, it is a little bit late for me, so my brain is running a touch more slowly than usual. Right, variety. I play a lot of Valheim. I do a lot of marbles, usually towards the end of a stream. Planet Crafter, Bloodstained Ritual of the Night randomizers. On occasion, I torture myself and let you torture me with stuff like Elden Ring, because sometimes it's fun. I even run a tabletop RPG every other week, every other Saturday. The next one is going to be coming up, not this Saturday, but the following one. And those are a blast. If you can make them, they're 6 p.m. EST, a little earlier than my usual streams, which start at 8 p.m. They're worth it. Because the people who play are insane, and the stuff they get up to is magical. Buttons taking first in that particular race. For example, let me actually give you tell a story that happened in the last one. So, I had set up this big challenge for the party to deal with the two major bosses of the area. And Race 9 is open, so folks, if you want to get a play command in, feel free to do so. But no. My players, one of them taps into the power of her Eldritch, of the Eldritch entity that she basically serves, draws so much that she's able to take out not only the leader of one of the cults, but every cultist of that particular cult with the power of her mind alone, and suck all of the information from their brains So she learned everything they knew. And she was able to channel that fantastic power into helping one of the other party members go up into the air, break the barrier over the other big bad's castle, and literally nuke it from orbit with an eldritch fire beam that turned the entire thing to crystal, including the cult leader who was still inside the castle. It was like, where? And by the time I saw this coming, it was impossible for me to do anything about it. Not that I would have stopped it because it was too funny. Especially since the person doing rolling to see how she'd hit for that fire beam was rolling 69 dice for accuracy. Welcome, Shantae VT. Welcome, welcome. And welcome to the tribe. Okay, let's see who we actually have in the race at the moment. Myself, Leafy, Buttons, Agent, Pixel, and Shantae. We need one more person. Just one more person in this race to get to ensure that top 3 score instead of just top number 1. But yeah, that is an example of some of the chaos and insanity that you can expect from the RPG sessions. They're an absolute blast, and if you've got the time and are remotely interested, I highly recommend you come by and check it out. I always have a blast running them too. Also, for folks who are not in the know, for either raiders who've just come in or people who maybe haven't been here for a little while, if you win a Grand Prix or a Battle Royale, which there will be one following this Grand Prix once it is over, you will get a channel point redeem of your choice worth 5,000 points or less. That is the grand prize, and that is always the way I do marbles. So, yet another great reason to get your play commands in if you are at all interested in joining in the race. That said, we have number 7. Welcome back at Queen Aquino. If you still want to get a play command in, you have less than 1 minute to do so. There is now a countdown timer on the clock. Obviously, Big Bad Dirty Dog, if you need to take some time to go grab some food, bathroom break, grab water, rest, whatever the case may be, go take care of yourself. I understand streaming is hard. Don't feel like you gotta hang out here if you don't quite have it. Oh, no worries, no worries. I understand that that's what a lot of folks do. Like, they'll be in multiple streams at the same time. I do too. Believe me, I get it. Okay, welcome into the race. Play. There you go. A spooky Blumpkin? Okay. So, the way VIP works is that, being that it's journeyman status, you need to become an apprentice first. And what that means is you hit apprentice status, you get apprentice status first, and that's 5,000. So if you win this Grand Prix, which, Leafy, you stand a very good chance of doing so, having won 4 of the races so far, you can claim that as your prize. It will mean a special role in the Discord channel. It will mean a slot on the employees wall in the Valheim version of Dragonhome, and an actual equivalent chest here, because it'll mean training in whatever department you want to be trained in. Smithing, woodworking, enchanting, sales, materials acquisition. There's a bunch of others too. We do a lot of work here in Dragonhome. Yes, I like seeing a little bit of a friendly rivalry. Good. So there we've got Blumpkin. I figured with your particular name, Shantae, that your profile picture would be Shantae. Oh no! Spooky Blumpkin and Shantae have both gone off to play Sudoku. This one is slightly dangerous, to be fair. So it was always a risk. And if anyone is curious, I will almost always run at least some amount of marbles in a given stream at the end of a given stream, with the exception of sometimes the RPG sessions. Sometimes I'm so exhausted by the time the actual session itself is over that I need to just call the stream right then and there. Mostly because I'm ad-libbing like 99% of it. Leafy taking first, again. Pixelbot second, Buttons in third. Agent claiming fourth. Looks like we lost Queen Aquino as well. And then my marble taking fifth. Oh no, we didn't lose Queen Aquino. Queen Aquino is still in the race. Also, Queen Aquino, is that a new profile pic, by the way? I don't remember seeing that one before. If you would like to vote yes on this particular course, I will leave it up for a few moments for you to do so. Just be faster. Sometimes the RNG just is not in your favor. That is ultimately what this game comes down to. But that's half the fun of it. We've got one vote from Queen Aquina. Excellent, excellent. Also, if you are using Chrome, actually, it doesn't matter what browser you use, I think. It'll still show up on my side. But if you are using a Chromium-based browser, so that's Chrome or Edge, and I think some folks have gotten to behave with Firefox. It's a new one? Awesome. You can check out this extension right here. And it will let me see, it'll let you see everyone else's pronouns who uses the extension, including mine. And it will also let me see your pronouns so that you can be sure I'm always using the correct pronouns for you during the course of a stream. Because I know for some folks, like myself, it doesn't matter. For other people, using the correct pronouns is critical. And I want to make sure I'm always using the correct pronouns for folks whenever possible at all. Any you like. It really doesn't matter. In fact, no worries. There's also this, if you want a little more information on that. And no worries. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to use it. But it is an option and it is available if folks are interested. There's a lot of people who actually use it too, so if it's the sort of thing that matters to you, then it's there, and you'll find it'll show up in a lot of places. Because this is a safe space for people to be who they are. Whether gay, straight, bi, trans, cis, non-binary, whatever the case may be. This is a place where it is safe to be you. Neurodivergent. I'm neurodivergent myself, so if you got something about your brain that's a little bit on the weird side, you don't have to worry about it so much here. I'm understanding. Because I get it. It's hard to navigate sometimes. Moving on to the next one. This will be the second to last map of the Grand Prix. Final map will be Buckshot, as usual. Even asexual, yep. It absolutely does not matter. As long as you are able to be a decent human being. Oh, Yarny, you know you're welcome here. You wonderful pyro kitty chaos demon creature, you. But yeah. Even a lot weird. 10 of 11 is now live, folks. Feel free to get your play commands in if you'd like to join in. If you're indecent but not an ass, that works. If you are rude, like intentionally rude and mean, I will say something. And if you are warned and don't do something to try to correct the behavior, then we can run into problems. But as long as you're trying to be a decent human being, you should be fine. Also, let me get Pixel in on this. Oh, you're in good company then. I'm sure a lot of us here are degens. No worries. This is 18 plus, the channel after all, so. And we talk about adult stuff from time to time. So yeah, you're good. No worries. No worries, no worries. The way I see it, any channel that is willing to run an Ara redeem has to be playing that line, straddling that line at least a little bit. Unless you're like playing it for laughs or doing what Seahorse does. And I do love what Seahorse does for the Ara. Because it is so funny. Let's see if I can mimic it. Seahorse thanks you for your Ara request. I don't quite have the voice down. But yes, I love that. It's so good. That said, I'm going to put a 1 minute countdown on the clock. So folks, you have a little less than 1 minute if you still want to get a play command in. But there are 9 of us in the race at the moment, so this is good. This is very good. And that is entirely your choice. You can swear like a sailor if you want to. You can never swear if that's your own particular choice to do so. Now you see, in my mind, Blumpkin, there's terrible people. And what I mean by terrible people is, you know, like your fascists and the like. And then there's people who are not, people who are going to have a hard time in polite company, if you catch my drift. You know, I don't think I'm familiar with some of those, Agent. I need to hear some of them. Because, that could be really interesting. Yeah, exactly. Swearing in moderation is good for mental health. Precisely. So, I won't keep the swears back if it's appropriate to swear. But I'm also not going to, like, be swearing every other word. Because that's tiring, first of all. But yeah, so long as you're not, like, the dealing in, like, could be brought up on charges of war crimes or other stuff like that type of terrible, we're okay, we're good. Australian. Which... I know of one C word, but I don't think it's the C word that you're referring to there, Blumpkin. Comfy is good. Comfy is very good. Well, speaking of comfy, there's a sleeping black cat nearby. And I'm not just talking about Abby sleeping by the window. One of her sisters is sleeping just outside of my ability to see. Aussies love to say. I think I understand. Okay, gotcha. Okay, we've lost Yarny to go play Sudoku. For folks not in the know, the reason why falling off the course, not finishing, is referred to as playing Sudoku, is because you were going to play Sudoku at the Duke Nukem Forever Memorial Sudoku Parlor, aka DNF. I got a lot of my cues from marbles from Seahorse. Because early on, I was doing a lot of watching of Seahorse's marbles. A lot of the names for like some of the obstacles too, Steve's and Burr machines and stuff like that. It's kind of stuck in my head. Now this is one of those twisty maps. It's a little hard to tell who's in first. There's Blumpkin taking first, Pixel taking second, Shantae taking third, then Leafy in fourth, Spooky number one. Yep, yes indeed. And Buttons finishing up fifth for top 5. Leaf is number 4. I didn't mean to move past that one so quickly. I didn't give people a chance to vote. So I'll give it a favorite then. Oh, it is the same C word I was thinking about. Okay. It just has a different connotation to it than it does here in the States. South of America. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, Agent. That's true. For all the marbles. Moving on to the last race of this Grand Prix. Since there's enough of you who seem interested, I'm more than happy to run another one after we do the Battle Royale that follows this. So, don't worry, there's more marbles for you if you're interested. And that is Buckshot. Now, remember folks, a Buckshot is special because it doesn't matter when you finish, like every other course out there. It matters where you finish. May your aim be true. So go ahead, folks, get your play commands in for the final race of this Grand Prix. So far, we have... Easier to see it this way. Perfect. We have Inner Shadows again. Welcome, Inner Shadows. Welcome, welcome, welcome back. If you are up to answering, how are you tonight, friend? And yes, if you see a particular marble here that you want to use for yourself, you can do so. Just add that number afterwards. If you are a subscriber, you have access to the cookie and the D20 heart. Okay. With that, less than a minute now on the clock to get your play command in if you still want to. Less than 1 minute, folks. But yeah, Inner Shadows, I hope you are doing well today. It is good to see you again. Yeah. Yeah, you're in. I see you right there. Here, I'll keep this up so that everyone has a little bit of an easier time seeing if you're in or not. That is beautiful. You're just having fun playing with balls. Good, good, I'm glad. That's what's important, having fun. Yes, that is good, that is a good one. You are trying to, what is the word I'm looking for here? The word that comes to mind is gentleman. You're trying to out-gentleman each other. Because I can't quite pull a non-gendered version of the word. You feel you should be more awake first. No worries, Agent. No worries. Yeah, that is one of the downsides of English. So many different variants depending on country. And, like, then again, if you look at Spanish, it's just as bad in a lot of ways. Italian too. Just within the country, but like the various different versions of Spanish that have shown up in the different countries, it's mind-boggling. Congratulations, Shantae, you are the winner this time around. 227. That's really good. That's true. That's true. That's true. And in general, folks, I do ask that if you are to shorten the name, it's Astro, please. I used to not care as far as which way, Astral or Hammer, but it's mattered more and more, and so now I'm kind of keep it on. Now I make it a little clearer for folks. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, and then as far as second, yeah. Honestly, Leafy and Blumpkin, you were very close to each other. Those distance numbers mean you could have been practically right next to each other, so that's basically a tie. Very nicely done. Moving on to the final results for this Grand Prix, folks. Let's see. I think I know who's going to be in first. In third, myself. In second, Buttons. Again, not surprising. And in first, Leafy, yeah. Because we were in from basically the very beginning. 5 wins. 88 points. That is a lot, Leafy. That is insane. That said, since Buttons always passes, if Leafy hadn't won, yeah, we're gonna go for a battle royale and then another one. Yep, exactly. There's more. There's still more to come. Shantae an effective second, and then Agent an effective third, because of how Buttons and I pass down if we ever win for prizes. I have unlimited points, it means nothing. Buttons has so many, it also means nothing. So yeah, Leafy, let me know what prize you would like, which channel point redeem of anything 5,000 points or less. And yes, that includes apprentice status, so you can claim that if you'd like. Meanwhile, I will prep up the Battle Royale. So let's go. Go ahead, folks. Get your play commands in for the Battle Royale. You can get apprentice? Yep, no problem. So go ahead. Join the Discord, Leafy, when you have a moment or two. I will make sure you get the role, and I will make sure that your name gets in on one of the chests in the Valheim world. Apothecary. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a good one. That's one of the ones I'm head of. I'm head of smithing and apothecary. Awesome. Actually, I don't know, Buttons? You might be able to go in. You might be able to modify the roles. I don't know. If it's something you're interested in trying. If not, I'll remember to do it later. Actually, I can do it now. So I'll bring it up so I can take care of that super fast. And go ahead, folks. Get your play commands in if you would like to join in. Just to confirm, Leafy, are you going by a different name on Discord? So I know I'm getting the right person. And just to see if you're in the race yet, this way you can know for sure. make sure I don't miss you here. Nope, I see. There you are. Never mind. I found you. Okay, you've been added. Sometimes people have a different name on Discord compared to Twitch, so I just had to check. Okay, if you want to get in on the Battle Royale, you now have a little less than 1 minute to do so. A little less than 1 minute on the clock. Now, Battle Royales are special for a couple of reasons. If during the course of a Battle Royale, you spend 100 bits, you will drop a care package, thus ensuing a little more chaos. Also, Pixelbot must die. You can type !target and then @pixel by Pixelbot, and that will ensure you are going after Pixelbot. Because if Pixelbot wins, nobody wins. It is shame on all of us. So we do not want to see Pixelbot winning this. Most of us. Certain Chaos Demon Kitties are very fond of Pixelbot winning and rooting Pixelbot on. But that's Yarny's and Luna's. Because, you know, they're chaos beings and they like causing all sorts of trouble. So, let us watch the beatdown on Pixelbot. Okay. Myself and Shantae are already out. Ah, gotcha, Kino. But you've been in on the Discord long enough that you've had, if you have a special role, you've had it for a while now. It's a little easier to kind of spot you, as opposed to somebody who's just joined, and so I want to make sure I'm catching the right person for something like this. Uh-oh, Pixelbot's taking out Inner Shadows. This is a little bit of a problem, folks. We're down to Pixelbot, Agent, Blumpkin, and Leafy. Oh dear, folks. Although Pixelbot is very low on health. Blumpkin taking out Leafy. Okay. Good. Blumpkin looking to take out Pixelbot. Ooh. Pixel caught in the black. Oh, that is unfortunate. Ooh. Agent taking out Pixelbot. It's down to Agent and Blumpkin. Who's gonna win this? Oh yeah, no, that's fair. You activated my trap, Marb. Yes. It looks like Agent has barely any health, though, and Blumpkin has plenty. So it's going to take a lot of dodging for Agent to win this one. Oh, this is a good Royale, folks. And Blumpkin takes the win. Congratulations, Blumpkin. Nicely done. Let's see how many eliminations you had in the end. Nicely done. 2 eliminations, 80 damage. Agent with 2 and 73. Ah, well, yeah, that's important too. It's important to get out there and actually get some sunlight and fresh air every once in a while, at the very least. You touched grass never once, never again. Oh, you don't have to, but you should. It's better for you. So yeah, Blumpkin, let me know what redeem you would like from the list. Anything worth 5,000 points or less. If you do not want it, it'll pass down to Agent. And then the next person to pass down would be based on damage and elimination, so it would go to Inner Shadows. Because Inner Shadows has the most damage. Hug? Sure. Here you go. Come on. Come on. No. There you go. Happy to give those out. Yep. Now, on to the second Grand Prix of the night, folks. Go ahead and get your votes in for which maps you would like to see. We are going to, again, choose 5 standard maps, 5 community, and then Buckshot. So feel free to type vote and the number, like Inner Shadows just did. I'll leave this scrolling so you can kind of watch for a little bit and see if one of them catches your eye. If you've played the game before, you may have a favorite, 1 or 2. If there's not very many votes for anything, though, I will then select some in just a little bit. We've got a vote for Shattered Dreams and a vote for the Dojo. Ah, I see both of you like living on the spicy side. Okay, 69 needs to be a community one. I'll take a look at that. I'll grab that from there. Space Chase is good. This one only goes down to 54, to like maybe 61. We've got a vote for number 10. The Gauntlet, okay. So we got one more. Standard map. Don't worry, I'll see what numbers... I'll see... Okay, I'm not going that far down. That's a lot. I'll see what number 69 is. I like looking at the meme numbers. So I'll see what that one is and see if it's a good one to pull up. I'll grab a favorite for the last one, and I think that favorite is going to be Gurgs. Because Gurgs is a fun one. Community maps, okay. First of all, we are running Delightful again. Second of all, what is number 69 here? Is it reasonable? It's a little short for that. I want ones that are 2 minutes or longer. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Oh, Wild Long Bridge. That works. Okay, so we've got your number 69 there. I'm going to grab Very Long Map. That's not what I would consider long. Fearful Apocalyptic Abyss. Sweet Flowing Garden. And then finally, Buckshot. Okay, here we go, folks. Go ahead and get your play commands in if you would like to join in the races. And yes, by all means, enjoy your dinner, take care of yourself. That is what is ultimately the most important thing in the world. Same goes for if you're spending bits or subscribing, giving gift subs, whatever the case may be. It is of the utmost importance that you're taking care of yourself first. And then if you want to support, we appreciate it. Any little bit. But only if you're okay. Okay, we've got the 7 we need. So, if you still want to get a play command in on this first race, you have less than a minute to do so. Thank you for the 100 bits, Flubkid. Thank you. I appreciate it immensely. Okay, we have buttons in. Perfect. About 30 seconds left if you still want to get a play command in, folks. About 30 seconds left. That hasn't been played in forever. Thank you. Do-do-do-do-do. Perfect. It was still going once the race started. That is fantastic timing. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I love that. That is such a fun little tune. And there's so many... Actually, on those sorts, on the, like, the stream audio, I'm blanking on its actual name, but there's so many versions of it. Odd that one isn't playing. Sound alerts. I'll force that one. I don't know why that's not playing. Yeah, that's weird. It could just be taking a little while. Let's give it a few moments. It might be taking a moment or two. If not, I'll go into stream alerts myself and play it manually. That one's working. Yeah, so Hello Darkness played, but the That's Rough Buddy didn't. It might just be it might be at too low of a volume, I suppose. Shantae going off to play Sudoku. But yeah, if you're willing to hang around for a little bit once this race is done, I'll play that particular sound alert for you. I just need to hunt it down. Oh, that's fair. Real. If you want to try it again. Oh, there's the bonk. I forgot I left the bonk at a 200. Inner Shadows. Having a good time fish taking first. I love that vehicle for the marble. It's so good. It's so good. Let's see. Myself and Pixelbot taking second and third, followed by Buttons, then Blumpkin, and then Leafy. Agent also. No, you ended up in fifth on that one. But that said, let me pull up the sound alert and get you that's rough. I'll need a moment or two to grab that. That's not it. Where are you, my friend? I may not be able to grab it easily. My extensions, here it is. Okay, give me a sec. I will play it for all of you. Oh, there it is. Nah, it's good. It was just a little bit soft. That's all that happened. But there you go. You got it. Yes. Yeah. I'm very happy to see somebody actually enjoying some of the other ones I've got on there that aren't just channel point related. Because it took me a while to go through the various options that sound alerts had. There's a lot of good stuff there. Including I had I had Coffin Dance on there at one point, but that actually got the VOD muted because people being stupid, so I had to pull that one off, unfortunately. Which is a shame. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying that. And yes, folks, go ahead. Get your play commands in on race number 2. Rawr, 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 rawr. Yeah, that's a favorite. Also, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your Kirby. In the about section, you will find the panel that will let you change that up if you want for later. Indeed, indeed. Have a very good dinner. and I look forward to seeing you again at some point. Let's see, that said, we are at 6 people in on the race so far. We need one more person in for top 3 to score, as opposed to just the person in first. So if you would like to get a play command in, you will now have less than 1 minute to do so. Actually, here, before you go, Blumpkin, there you go. The tuck-in command is something anyone can do, by the way. So if you see somebody leaving and you want to tuck them in, you are able to do so. It is one of the ones available to everyone. There's a lot of good commands, actually. Do 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 do. Inner Shadows, if you want in on this race, you have about 15 seconds to do so, by the way. I don't know if you still want to run or not. But, this one is about to begin. And yes, if you're a cozy, that is good. Ah. Okay. Cozying in with Kirby music. There's some good Kirby music to cozy to, yeah. But yeah, for sure, folks, the Battle Royale that will follow this Grand Prix will be the last official race of the night. I will run cleanup races for anyone who is close to, who wants to get to an energy refresh point, which is also the same point where I get bonus points too. So I will make sure those happen if you want it. If you don't, though, let me know. That's fine. I'll pay close attention to that and let folks know where they are, how far away they are when we finish that Battle Royale. And if at any point you want to know where you are, how close you are to an energy refill, let me know, and I will look for that information and let you know specifically. That way, if you want to go off and play on another channel after we raid, or even bounce off so you can do 2 at the same time, I've done it myself, you'll be able to do so. Oh, here's a real banger, by the way, folks, song-wise. Megalovania, done Doom style. This is a favorite of Seahorses, and for good reason. Do 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 do. Baba. Oh, I love this track so much. Bum 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 bum. You're not watching Energy? Okay, no worries, no worries. Do 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 do. It is a tricky thing to kind of keep an eye on. Oh, Button's bouncing off to play Sudoku and Dill. You are a little late on that play command, my friend. But welcome back. Welcome back. Okay, nifty, nifty. Of course, you are more than welcome to. Looks like we've got Shantae. Oh my, it's down to Shantae, Leafy, and Pixelbot in the race. It's Shantae taking first. Leafy taking second, and they're the only ones to finished. Congratulations, Shantae, on your victory. Don't know, that might be your second win this Grand Prix. think I've seen some Everhood. If memory serves, that gets trippy. Like, real trippy. I've never not... Believe it or not, I've actually never played Undertale. And definitely haven't never played Deltarune, for that matter. But I've watched plenty of playthroughs of Undertale. Both Pacifist and Genocide. To know that story is something else. And it's a really impressive game too, no matter how you slice it. Because I'm pretty sure Undertale was developed by only Toby Fox. I don't know if he had any, like... No, he did the music and everything. I'm pretty sure that Undertale was a one-man job. And it's brilliant. So if you haven't played the game and want to, or are at all curious, it's worth checking out. It's not the sort of thing I'd have the patience for, because I'm not really a fan of bullet hells. Also, less than a minute now on the clock if you want to get a play command in, by the way, folks. But yeah, I'm horrendous at bullet hells. So, it's not the sort of thing that's good for me to play. Fantastic. That said, it's a darn good thing to watch. Yeah. So, correct my understanding if I'm wrong, then, about the way energy works, Agent. And it means, if I'm incorrect, everyone here will understand. But the general rule of thumb is every 4 races, you'll get your energy back. Probably up to a given point, I imagine, where you'll get some energy back. Because I know it's there to keep people from, like, just staying on one person for forever. Or at least that's what I recall. Energy resets to 13 every day at 10 a.m. You regain 4 energy. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Inner Shadows, for that one. That's... yeah, there we go. Capped to 200 races in a channel. Okay. So there is a cap. I thought there was one. I never get to anywhere near 200, so you don't have to worry about that here, folks. About hitting that cap. Not even if I were to do a stream that was all marbles. I'll admit I'd be tempted to, like, on Saturday, do, like, start with marbles and stick with marbles for a longer amount of time. Good. I'm glad you're able to take good care of it and find something to help Dill. That is great. The dojo proving just how dangerous it really is. It has taken out all but Inner Shadows, myself, and Leafy. Wanting to lower it. 1 minute maps only. I figured that would be real hard to hit. Saltwater rinse, mixed feelings. I can imagine so, yeah. Inner Shadows is also out. Can Leafy finish? Everyone else has gone to play Sudoku. Okay, well, once this race is over, I want F's, dead, emotes, whatever you got in chat for all the marbles that just couldn't stand the heat of the dojo and Had to go down to the Sudoku parlor instead. Because, whoo boy, I've not seen the dojo this vicious in a long time. And Leafy being the only one to finish the dojo. Congratulations, you survived. But yeah, I'm actually contemplating doing a primarily, if not all, marbles stream on Saturday. So it'd be like for maybe 6 hours worth of marbles, depending what kind of energy I've got in me. Probably closer to 4, because I want a shot at ticket 6 at the very least, and that's probably my only way to do it. More leniencies back into the amount of energy you get. Okay. And it would be specifically, seeing as we're getting kind of close to the cutoff point for getting the tickets. So if I can get all 8, that would be fantastic. But I don't intend to grind for it. I don't have that kind of time. I don't have that kind of energy. And it's not worth it. But what do you think, folks? Would you be interested in a longer, in a stream that was primarily a marble stream? I don't usually do those, so it would be something kind of special. And I'd be looking to do it on Saturday in part because it would be taking place during the marbles weekend stuff. Friday. It's usually Friday. It's typically Friday only, but the last few weeks has been Friday through Sunday. You need to call it a night? No worries, my dear. Do. But yes, Marble Day. Exactly. Thank you, Agent. Okay, less than 1 minute on the clock if you want to get your play command in, by the way, folks. Of course. Uh-huh. Sleepy cat. All curled up. Do. We've got Shantae. Fantastic. I will lower the volume in my headphones so I can keep voice down at a reasonable place so that Buttons can get some sleep. But Buttons is my nestmate, so I want to make sure I'm being respectful of their need to get sleep. Cats are cats. Did you keep the container? You can transplant it back. That's a way to handle it. But yeah, folks, if you want... Hold on, let me reset the camera. There we go. If you're interested in a longer stream, in a stream that is just marbles or primarily marbles, let me know. I'd be up to doing that on this Saturday. Possibly this Sunday. One of those 2 days. Either of them would be an 8 p.m. EST start time, because that's my usual start time for given streams. Ooh. But yeah, I will be going a little bit softer voice too, just so that I make sure not to disturb, and so that Buttons can get their rest. But if y'all have anything in particular you want to talk about, I am still very happy to chat about stuff. My brain might get a little bit slower because it is 2 a.m. my time. Dealing in Earth times, that's a thing. Yeah, hot weather would add a variable. Okay, Leafy has gone off to play Sudoku. Shattered Dreams is one of the more dangerous of the standard maps. This is fair. Do, 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 do. I mean, I might just do it anyway. Agent taking first. You wanted an opportunity to play Sudoku, Leafy? Yeah. Yeah, Dill's our resident sleepy fawn. That is entirely to be expected. Buttons in second, Shantae in third, Dill in fourth. Myself and Inner Shadows also going off to play Sudoku. And I think... Oh, the cat face, that is adorable. I don't know what the motion that is, but that is adorable. Pixelbot taking the last spot in fifth. Moving on to the next one. Gerg's Splashtastic Sea Venture. The last of the standard maps before we get to Buckshot at the very end of this Grand Prix. Go ahead and get your play commands in, folks. I'll leave this up here so you can see if your name is in, if your play command was accepted properly. Okay, we've got Leafy. I'm going to add in Pixelbot. Oh no, you forgot your sunscreen. Dill, you always forget your sunscreen. You gotta remember it next time. I can only bring so much. Okay, we've got 7 people. Perfect. Which means anyone else who wants to play command, you have less than 1 minute to do so. Less than 1 minute to get your play command in, folks. Well, let's hope you stick to the water and you don't fall off into the sun tanning area. Because we all know what happened the last time that happened. You did. Not enough, whatchamacallit in all the world to make that burn any happier. Can't remember the word, which is bothering me. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of you know what I'm talking about. A specific type of cream that helps with burns. With sunburns specifically. And the marbles are off. Let's see. Looks like we have 3 of the 4 courses being taken. Do. Hey, fantastic. This one is a little hard to tell who's actually in the lead until close to the end, which is why I'm not going to try to commentate the particular race. It's an issue a lot of the standard maps have. A lot of the maps in general, actually, for that matter. That just because of the nature of how they're constructed and the way the game is trying to figure out who's in first, etc., is a little finicky. And I can understand. That sort of thing can be kind of hard to pin down, to be fair. I might be kind of quiet for this song, or start singing. Maybe. I love this song. It's such a good song. Agent in first, Pixelbot in second, Dylan third, myself in fourth. Looks like Shantae cruising in to take fifth. Here comes Inner Shadows for sixth. And this is a perfect map for this. little shark. Congratulations, Agent. To weather the storm. Oh. You're not alone. Go ahead and get your play commands in for delightful diverging daydream, folks. You up when you need it. That's right, your last. Hey, if that's what you were going for, like, cool. That's good, yeah. Fun in the pool. True. Seriously though, I love the chorus to this song. I'll lift you up when you need it and hold you down when you want me to. So good. Okay, we have Pixelbot. Thank you, Agent, for summoning him. I'll give folks a few more moments to get a play command in before I start that timer. 2 things you feel you can feel with me. It's real and true. One of those feel-good metal songs. Not just feel-good, but like genuinely good for the soul. Yet still with the right energy and chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Okay, folks. If you would like to get a play command in, you will now have a little less than 1 minute to do so. If folks want to check out this particular artist and are not familiar, I believe this is the correct spelling of the name of the artist. And the song name is Pendulum. So this is the song in question. So if you like the song, that's what it is, and that's how you can go find it for yourself. No worries. Oh, I'm glad Agent was able to help. Real and true. Need it. Hold you down when you want me to. You can feel with me. It's real and true. Like the words I sing to you. I was introduced to this song not through Seahorse, but through another excellent streamer, Keelie. Dill or one of my VIPs. If you can get a shout out for her real quick, if you remember the spelling of her name. If not, I can do it once the race is over. But she was playing the song, and yeah, I ended up listening to it on repeat for like 2 or 3 hours straight once I hunted it down and found it for purchase. I'll put it that way. Because my brain was like, yes, please. So good. But in all honesty, Key is an amazing being. Don't sweat it, Dill. Don't sweat it. We all make mistakes. It happens. You caught it. And that's what's the important thing, so you're able to get in the race. Even if you didn't manage to catch it, it's just one race. It's not the end of the world. You're good. Don't worry. do, 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 do. Yeah. Key has not been streaming for the last few days, specifically because of something going on with her brother, if memory serves. I don't have a lot of details though, but if you are the kind of person who does keep folks in prayer, if you can keep her brother in prayer, that would be huge, 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 huge. Because what is going on is quite serious, so I don't mean to get all kind of like somber and serious on everyone here, but it's an important thing to make note of and whatnot, I think. If you want to get a vote yes in on this course, by the way, here's your opportunity to do so. I will close voting in about 30 seconds or so. So. Well, hello, little one. I spy a raven. An adorable, adorable raven cat. Okay, we've got a yes vote from Agent. Anyone else want to get a yes vote in? Going once. Going twice. And with that gone, because I am also starting to get quite tired myself, so I want to make sure we can get through this Grand Prix in a reasonably timely manner. So I can't quite stay on things as much as I'd like to. Especially since I'm probably going to have to go into work tomorrow. Go ahead and get your play commands in, folks. For race 7 of 11, Wild Long Bridge. Here we go. Fantastic. We've got Agent, Pixelbot, myself, Inner Shadows, Leafy, and Dill. We need just one more person for the top 3 to score instead of just top number 1. So if you'd like to be that person number 7, you have a little under 1 minute to do so to get that play command in now, folks. Little under 1 minute. There we go. We've got player number 7. Fantastic. Also, can anyone who has a slightly better view of things just give me a quick readout on how close that the little thing you see in the bottom left corner, how close that is to the end one? Ah, Visdra, welcome, welcome. You're just in time to catch the tail end of this final Marbles Grand Prix of the night. I will be wrapping up soon-ish, but not for a little bit. Also, totally surprising to see you not playing Valheim. 386. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. If there's not enough to catch it by the end of the Grand Prix, fantastic. I was hoping that would be the case. It's rare. I can see that, yeah. Oh no, Dill going off to play Sudoku. So for folks not in the know, Visdra, right here, along with Truin, who shouted out Visdra, they are both members, like Buttons, of my stream team, Team Lucky Gecko. Visdra is another excellent Valheim player, making really, really interesting, like, broad scope projects, like full castle towns with all the houses you would expect, etc., etc., etc. They're amazing. If you like that kind of thing, if you like seeing what kind of insanity people can get up to in something like Valheim or Minecraft or something like that, check Visdra out. And Visdra's also like super chill too, for that matter. So, just a good stream to hang out in, and especially if you have like a project you kind of need to get taken care of, and you want like a good chill streamer with good chill music. Visdra is a fantastic choice for that. Well worth it. Do 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 do. So, how was Ghost Recon Breakpoint, by the way, Visdra, tonight? War with Heaven by Keshi. Okay. Was not paid for by Visdra in any way. Nah. It came entirely from the brain of a sleepy cat dragon, who, if you were to try to pay for a commercial, what that would be, I gotta check with the elders what the going rate would be for specialized cat dragon advertisements. I can't imagine it's gonna be cheap for those commercials. Punky, hello. This is a rarity. Welcome in. Punky Jutster is another of the wonderful people in Team Lucky Gecko. Punky's a particular rarity because Punky's over in the UK. Thank you for the shout out, Truin. So our time zones don't often match up. Of course. I am always happy to give fellow streamers a shout out, team members or not. Feel free to get your votes in yes or no on this course if you would. Sorry, your vote yes if you like this, folks. Great to have Truin to guide you. That explains it. I was wondering about that. But yeah, I want to give her a go. I see. Gotcha. Okay. Any remaining votes? Going once, going twice, and gone. I want to give a particular shout out to all of my fellow teammates in Team Lucky Gecko overall. Specifically for the streamathon we did a few weeks back for the Trevor Project. The last 2 weeks of June, I want to say, if memory serves. The 25th and the 18th, if my memory is correct. I am so very proud of the team for raising, what was it in the end? For like $490? More than that? I don't recall the exact number off at the top of my head, but for a team where we're at. 460, thank you. $460 for the Trevor Project in the month of June. Over just 48 hours of streaming together as a team. So I was honored to be part of that. All of everything of just my little, and happy that my little part was able to help towards stats. But yes, that was incredible that we were able to do that. And I'm also grateful for all the folks who were able to donate, who made that possible. Because there's a lot of folks who I'm sure the Trevor Project has touched and helped, and that it's the reason they're still here today with us. Here, maybe starting to make the world a better place for others in the community. Again, sorry if I'm getting a little bit somber here, but my brain is reminded of things now. Okay, folks, if you want to get a play command in, you now have a little less than 1 minute to do so. It is now approaching like 2:30 a.m. my time, and I can definitely feel the tiredness setting in. Excellent, we have our 7. For folks who are not Marbles players, who are maybe not in the know, you do not need to buy anything, you do not need to download anything. All you need to do is just type !play if you want to join in the race. That's it. And the winner of this Grand Prix, just like the winner of the Battle Royale to follow, will get a channel point redeem of their choice worth up to 5,000 points. This is the way I always do Marbles, and I think the way I always will do Marbles, honestly. So I like being able to give back a little bit for all the folks who are coming in and kind of helping keep the energy going for these races. Because it can be a little bit tiring, if I'm being perfectly honest. Just missed it, Vizdra. Just missed it. You'll be able to get it on the next one, if you're still able to hang around for that. If you gotta disappear, though, because you need sleep or food or whatever, then please take care of yourself, okay? You'll be here? Okay. Do. Do. But yeah, as we're approaching the latter half, since we're now deep in the latter half of the Grand Prix, and I can't imagine there'll be too many cleanup races after the Battle Royale. If folks have people they wanna... If folks do want to start kind of looking at their follow lists and see if there's somebody who you think might be a good recommendation, I will take recommendations on the raid. I will first look at my own and see if there's somebody that catches my eye. That's weird. Agent? Are you seeing what I'm seeing here? With what happened to Inner Shadows? Inner Shadows clipped into the track. Like, literally... like a third in on one side and a 2/3 in on the other. Still twitching, yeah, I know. What the heck happened? Going too fast isn't supposed to do this. This is weird. And I don't know if it's... That's why I'm wondering if Agent has any idea of what might be going on here. Because for folks not in the know, Agent is on... I don't know if Agent is on the dev team or if Agent is part of the Marbles, like, as a whole. I forget exactly what Agent's role is off the top of my head. Hungry tried to eat Wall. Unfortunately, Wall didn't appear to be very tasty. Maybe filling? I don't know. I hope so. But that was very strange. I'll put it that way. I'm inclined to skip voting on this one because I don't know if that was an issue with the track or just one of those weird glitches that can happen from time to time. Ordinarily, I'd be like, yeah, we can vote, but I don't know. That was weird. That was really strange. Moving on to the next one, then. Fearful Apocalyptic Abyss. Go ahead and get your play commands in, folks. For race 9 of 11. It can happen sometimes. It's more common on parts that are connected. Okay, gotcha. So that's just a thing with the game in general. Okay. Right. You run a lot of races, I imagine, Inner Shadow, so I trust that you'd know on that one. So, okay, gotcha. Good to know. Okay, we currently have myself, Dill, Leaf, and Inner Shadows. Summoning Pixelbot. Anyone else who would like to get a play command in? I am about to put a 1-minute countdown timer on the clock. We have Shantae, we have Visdra, fantastic. So now, anyone who still wants to get a play command in, you have a little less than 1 minute to do so. What got caught? Tried again 3 times and none got caught. So that kind of rarity, okay. 4 tries with 1,000 marbles each. That's pretty small odds, yeah, okay. So I'll know next time something like that occurs that it's not any fault of like the map builder or anything, it's the system, and every once in a while things get weird. I kind of figured that's likely what it was, but I wasn't sure. Like, no matter how careful a developer is, you can't, sometimes you're gonna have collision that can be a little bit funky and allow for really fun exploits for speedrunners who can get this set up just right to trigger it. Actually, that's a funny thing that I think some folks may not understand about speedrunning. A lot of the time, the exploits or the tricks they find are utterly useless or actually hurt their attempts to speed up the game. Because it'll be like, oh yeah, you can clip out of this wall, but it'll mean you get soft locked, and therefore you have to reset and lose 30 seconds, a minute, several minutes, depending on how bad or how the save system functions, stuff of that nature. Actually, and you don't need anyone in chat who doesn't want to answer, you don't have to answer. But did any of you watch any of the fairly recent summer SGDQ runs. If we fail, we lose 30 minutes. Exactly, Leafy, exactly. Your sister watches those? I didn't actually watch SGDQ this year. I've watched in the past, but gotcha. Inner Shadows, gotcha. You watched the Wind Waker run? Cool. Oh, it's one of these. Okay. This might get a little ugly. Those pieces can get a little bit finicky. But yeah, the Wind Waker, the super swimming in Wind Waker is insane. Some of the tricks they use in that game are like nuts. Some of the tricks in general that speedrunners end up using. I didn't watch it live. I watched the VOD later when it hit on YouTube, but I watched the Elden Ring one, and let's just say they turned your horse into Yoshi from Super Mario Brothers 3. I think it was 3. Maybe it was 2. But yeah. There was an exploit that made it possible so that if your horse fell and you got the timing right and kind of activated it in just the right way, you deload the gravity on your horse and could just run on air. And you could do it just about anywhere if you had a good spot to do the setup, but you had to be careful, because if you did it in the wrong places, or if you weren't careful where you were going, you could easily like run into a death plane and then die, and then gravity is reset and the horse is gonna walk as it's supposed to. But you could do all sorts of weird shenanigans because of that, and it was fantastic. Anyone want to get a vote yes and on this one, by the way? But yeah, I was flabbergasted to watch the game beaten with all the major boss remembrances collected in under 2 hours. Not just in any percent situation. All major bosses. It was like, where? That was something else. Okay, last chance to get yes votes in. Going once. Thank you, Dale. Going twice. And gone, folks. Also, don't mind the blinking of the eye. This tends to happen late at night. My eyes get extra blinky, and the cameras are particularly sensitive to that. Interesting enough, I don't know if I favored it. Race 10 of 11, the final community map of the night. Sweet Flowing Garden. Go ahead and get your play commands in. Ah, it's the Dill special. I see. Here's the stretch. Let me see if I can do the roar quietly. Roar, 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 roar. There you go. That's about as quietly as I could do it. All we need is Pixelbot. And then we have our 7. Fantastic, folks. And if you want to get a play command in, this is your notice. You have a little less than 1 minute to do so if you still want to join in on the race. That's what I'm feeling. That's obnoxious. That's fair. That's fair. Somebody referenced storage earlier in a stream I was in. For she had been playing a particularly nasty. No. Yesterday she was playing the particularly nasty Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. But she was doing Wind Waker randomizer. And somebody mentioned storage. Some of those tricks are so weird. And a lot of those are just, they find accidentally. They'll be like trying something and then they'll realize, like, wait, what? Same Queen Aquino. We're same time zone. Exactly. I see that, Dill. Give me a second. How am I still alive? I'm a night owl, that's how. I also started at 8 p.m. So I'm only about closing in on 7 hours in, which is still a lot. It's because there's a lot of people who want to play marbles. If there weren't a lot of people wanting to play, it would be another story. I would have run some cleanup races after that battle royale, and that would have been it for the night. But because there's a lot of folks who are interested in racing, yeah. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense, actually. And, Dill, you are an excellent, very wonderful sleepy fawn. And not only that, my friend, but you are a most fantastic mod as well. Thank you for always being here for me, for all the help you give. Thank you so much. Task runs as well are like, where? The amount of work those teams have to put in to program the tasks is insane. And then they're able to do things like a task run of like Super Mario 64 120 stars. I think there's a task run for that. I'm pretty sure there's a task run for that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Task runs are... If you have an opportunity to check out a task run, tool-assisted speedrun is what they stand for. Especially if you've got the team that did the programming for it available, like, there for commentary, it's worth it. Because you'll learn so much about the game and the various points of randomness and the movement and those little tricks that would be impossible for a human to pull off because they're so precise. But with putting in the exact button combinations at the exact right times, you can know you'll get it every single time. You can have some really ridiculous results happen as a result of tasks stuff. Okay, folks, if you would like to get a yes vote in on this one, I'll leave it up for a few moments so you can do so. And then we will go on to the last race of the Grand Prix and the second to last official race of the night. There will be cleanup races after that Battle Royale to help folks refuel their energy and whatnot, get to the next bonus ranking. but those races will not count for prizes. They will just be there to help folks get to the next 4. Yeah. That fish marble inside the shark is one of the best combinations I've ever seen. It's so good. Okay, we'll move on to Buckshot now. That said, congrats Inner Shadows for your first place win there, as well as Agent and Dill for 2nd and 3rd respectively. Everyone is doing fantastically tonight, by the way. And thank you all for being here this long. I know it's probably quite late for some of you. And potentially quite early for others. Okay, last race of the Grand Prix is now up and ready. Go ahead, folks, get your play commands in for Buckshot. Where it doesn't matter when you finish, it matters where you finish. It's playing darts. Marbles and darts combined together in one glorious, wonderful, beautiful abomination. Only 3:44 a.m. Okay. So you're only an hour ahead of me then. That's not too bad. Some of the tricks for Dread, from what I've seen of practice runs, are frankly speaking crazy. I love some of what they've come up with. And yeah, that's something I definitely need to catch. Okay, we've got Shantae, which means we just need Pixelbot and we have our 7. Here we go. Perfect. Which means if you still want to get a play command in, folks, you have a little less than 1 minute to do so. So go ahead, folks. If you want in, get your play commands in now. And here we go. The race is off, folks. Now, it does seem to be true that, I don't know, it feels to me like there's certain tracks that make it a little more likely that you're going to get closer to the center of the bullseye. Oh, and Leafy getting one of the rare actual Sudokus on this map. It can happen if you happen to fall in just the wrong way. Yup. But yeah, so it seems to me that there are certain ones that make you a little more likely to hit the bullseye. More importantly, there is an advantage to being one of the first ones off the ramp. Because if you're one of the first ones off the ramp, you have there are less marbles you have to deal with when you're landing. Because if you hit another marble when you hit the board, you will fall, and maybe you'll catch again a little further down. Maybe you won't catch at all, and you'll fail completely. Pixelbot getting a 205, which is pretty ridiculous. Anything approaching 200 is really, really good. Anything sub 200 is insane. Jaunty, the one who holds the current record, I think holds it with a 178. 118? Like, I think it's 118. That's how close Jaunty got to the center. But Agent and myself getting second and third there. And generally, top 4 getting pretty close, all things considered, to center. Oh. Ouch. Shift a little bit. Overall, in third, we have Leafy. In second, Shantae. And in first, Agent. Okay, Agent, you know the drill. Would you like to claim your prize, or would you like to pass it down to Shantae? Also, Agent, that point discrepancy is... wow. 91 to 35. Very nicely done. Bravo. Very nicely done. So yeah, Agent, if you would like to claim your prize, let me know. Any channel point redeem worth 5,000 points or less, your choice. If you would not, if you'd like to pass it down, it'll go to Shantae instead. And then Shantae, if you would not like that, it will go to Leafy. Then Inner Shadows. So Agent, Shantae, Leafy, Inner Shadows. Meanwhile, we will get on the final official race of the night. The Battle Royale. Probably, yeah. Though it's always impressive to see, like something like that. And yeah, folks, go ahead and get your play commands in for the Battle Royale, the last official race of the night. Ara? Sure. Ara. There you go. Fantastic. We have Pixelbot as well. We need... okay. I'm going to put a 1-minute countdown timer on the clock, folks. You have a little less than 1 minute to get your play command in for this Battle Royale. We're very much like Highlander. There can only be one. That was... but speaking of movies, that was one heck of a trip of a movie. I didn't see it when it first hit theaters. I wasn't quite in the human world yet at that point. Or not quite old enough as far as like human ages are concerned to see it. But I caught it a lot later on online, and yeah, that's a movie. Cheesy as hell in some spots, but what do you expect from movies of its time? That's for sure. Okay, here we go. And reminder, folks, 2 reminders. 1, Pixelbot must die. If Pixelbot wins, nobody gets a prize. 2, if you spend 100 bits on anything, it can be a redeem, it can be just giving bits out, whatever the case may be, it'll drop a care package, thus causing some chaos. So if you are chaos bringers, there's a way you can ensure lots and lots of chaos here, if you feel like doing so. Perfect. Pixelbot is out along with myself and Agent, leaving us at Inner Shadows. Leafy, Dill, and Shantae. Inner Shadows is not looking terribly healthy, though. A stiff breeze probably would knock them over. Leafy taking out Shantae. Killed Bot and their owner. Indeed. And speaking of care packages, here comes a care package. What's it going to be inside? It is... Speed. And it looks like Leafy picked it up. Inner Shadow still holding on impressively. Down to Leafy and Inner Shadows. Oh, this is good. This is going to be a good one, folks. Flippy Leafy. Leafy is the winner. Taking a big old bite out of the shark. Congratulations, Leafy. What have you been feeding your marble, by the way, Leafy? Because it was brutal tonight. 4 eliminations, 339 damage. Yeah, you can pass it on. And Inner Shadows, don't sell yourself short, Inner Shadows. You had 2 less kills, but about half the damage. So you did plenty of damage with those 2 kills. Ah, ham and cheese, that's the secret. So yeah, Inner Shadows, if you'd like to claim a prize, a channel point redeem of your choice, worth 5,000 points or less, let me know what you would like. Or if you would like to pass it down, it would go to Agent, being the next one down in eliminations and damage. And at the end of this, Leafy and myself. Okay, the 1,000 point Ara or the question mark version Ara. I just want to make sure I'm getting you the correct one. Because there are 2 different redeems technically. Okay, gotcha. Ara. There you go. So at the end of the Battle Royale, myself and Leafy are good to go. We have Shantae needing 1 more race for energy refill, Agent needing 2, and Inner Shadows and Dill needing 3. So I'm going to run 3 races. Shantae, if you want your energy refilled, you just need 1 of those. Agent, you just need 2 of them. Inner Shadows and Dill, you will need all 3. You'll run 1 more? Okay. So this is going to be a very small Grand Prix. I'll just run it as a Grand Prix to make my life a little bit easier. And I'm going to grab a couple tracks up my choice. We're going to grab... I need to remember what it's called. I'm going to grab Marble Centauri. I'm going to grab... I cannot remember the name of it off the top of my head. Space Station. And we're going to look at ratings and find... And we'll grab Springs to Field. So, these will be the last 3 races of the night, folks. Last 3 races of the night. Go ahead and get your play commands in, especially if you were not at full energy, if you were at anything that was not divisible by 4. So that's Agent needing 2 more, Inner Shadows and Dill needing 3, and Shantae needing 1. You are all very welcome to continue racing though, but just be aware. If you do plan to go and play more marbles somewhere else, you want to end on a number divisible by 4, so that you have your energy refreshed. So, playmat's kicking in? No worries. No worries, no worries, friend. If you don't care about energy, don't sweat it though. That's only for those who really care about energy. Less than 1 minute on the clock then, folks. Less than 1 minute on the clock. Believe you me, I hear you. It is rapidly closing in on 7 hours. Almost straight of streaming. I am wiped. On the plus side, ticket number 5 is done. I am now working towards ticket number 6. So I am super excited. And then once we're done with the races, folks, if you're willing to stick around for just a little bit while I find somebody for us to raid into, you've all shown me a tremendous amount of love tonight, and I want to be able to pass on even a fraction of that to some other streamer, so we can just kind of keep the good vibes, keep the good energy going. Even if you got to bow out shortly after we go, that's fine. If you do have to bow out before the raid, though, that's okay. Take care of yourselves. That is the most important thing. But if you can, it would mean a lot if you can stick around for the raid. And it also means more channel points for you too if you're able to actually stick through the raid. So you also get a little something out of it too. Okay, we've got a tight one here with Agent, Dill, and Inner Shadows all fighting for first there. With Leafy coming up very close behind. Now, this map may look safe, but it has a few danger spots, so this positioning can change in a hurry. I believe... No, we're not quite approaching one of them, but we'll be getting to one of them fairly soon. Agent pulling way ahead from that. Although here comes Dill speeding up. Yeah, there's a jump or two where you can simply fail to make it. There's a couple spots where there's some real tricksy pegs looking to just bump you off that perfect line and send you flying. Oh, Dill and Leafy making that jump much more cleanly than Agent, shooting ahead. Very nice. Very nicely done. Okay, there goes Leafy. And Leafy, once we've raided, I'll pop into Valheim and make sure to add you to the wall, so you'll have your very own chest where your pay will be put every week. Now, unfortunately, Earth governments don't take dragon money, even though we use much better quality, like gold and whatnot, than anything you find here. It's probably half the problem, truthfully. But anything you could need to purchase while you're in Dragonhome and the Dragon Realm, well, you're good there. It is thankfully not one of those awful, horrific, unpaid apprenticeships or internships. This is an actual, legitimately paid apprenticeship. Yeah. Oh, Agent stealing first, followed by Shantae, then Leafy, then Pixelbot. Dill went off to play Sudoku at some point. I didn't quite catch where. My marble goes off to play Sudoku, and then Inner Shadow's taking 5th. Oh, that's the blep. That's the kitten with the blep. Going. The preciousness. Okay, there we go. So, Agent, you just need one more at this point. And then Dill, if you can stick out for the remaining 2, cool. If not, don't sweat it. But Shantae, if you want to leave with your energy intact to go somewhere else with it, at this point, you can safely do so. If you don't care about that, by all means, join in on the race. Because I know some people don't care. There we go. Race 2 of the 3 cleanup races is now in play. So go ahead and get your play commands in if you would like to join in, folks. Perfect. There we go. We have Agent. Sleep well, Shantae. Sleep well. Let me get you a tuck in. Ba, ba, ba. Okay. Anyone else who wants to get a play command in for the race? You will have a little less than 1 minute to do so. A little less than 1 minute on the clock for any more play commands. I suspect Dill is probably, the meds have kicked in enough that Dill is probably now in sleepy territory. And that's perfectly fine. Sleep definitely comes first. If you need to sleep, go get your sleep. Also, I don't know. Got a reasonable amount of water. I got something at least. Okay, here we go. We'll follow Inner Shadows on this one. I like to call this one Playing in the Death Star, because it very much reminds me of that particular scene. Folks who've seen the movie know exactly what scene I'm talking about. And we'll see it in a few moments. Considering where we are. Oh, here comes Agent zooming ahead, but Inner Shadows refuses. Refuses to take that laying down. Can Inner Shadows beat Pixelbot's record, though? Can anyone beat Pixelbot's record on this one? Pixelbot holds entirely too many records, I feel. Yes, I am. We're in cleanup races at the Moyarny. This is the second to last race of the night, and then we're going to find a raid target. But people wanted to play. People wanted to race, and so I was like, "Yeah, I got the energy." Or at least, I had the energy for most of it. It's been quickly and quietly dwindling. But yeah, no, I'm going to be calling it soon. I definitely need to. If it's 3 for me, it's about midnight for you. Which means you should be done with work by now, I hope, right? Yeah, it's late here. Quite late. Cool. I hope your shift wasn't too bad. I may have to actually just got off. I may have to actually go in tomorrow. I'll go and talk to the boss and like earlier in the day and show him the glasses and be like, okay, this is what I'm working with here. And you can see why I'm a little nervous about dealing with knives and whatnot. Yet another one of those instances where I just wish that freaking Earth's countries would take dragon money. So then I wouldn't have to work a shitty human job. But it is what it is, and I gotta work a human job in the human form, which I have no control over because I'm still way too young to be able to do that. I have another at least 2,000 or 3,000, like another 1,000 or more years of dragon time on me before I can even start approaching control of the human form. That's okay. I can be patient with that. I can be patient. I kind of have to be, honestly. So, we'll see. Or hopefully, fingers crossed, the new glasses are ready to be picked up tomorrow before the work shift, and then I don't have to worry about any of that. I can just deal with it as normal. Because, yeah, that's the ideal. My hopes are not terribly high, though, that that's going to be the case. Because, again, I've mentioned it once or twice before, but dragon smiths and the like don't make human glasses. They make really glasses in general. So when glasses break, yeah. If you had dragon-made glasses, they'd almost never break. Maybe if you, like, really abuse them. But they'd be way tougher than even the hardest and most unbreakable of human glasses out there. Pixelbot winning that one. Fantastic. Agent, you are good to go. You are all set and refueled. Okay, Inner Shadows. Here is your last race, so for your energy refill. Perfect. Anyone else who would like to get in on this race, feel free. I'm going to put about a 1 minute countdown timer on the clock for it. So you have a little less than 1 minute if you want to get in on the race. Welcome back in, Yarny. No worries, of course. I know you spend a lot of time helping a lot of different streamers who are running the game, and so it's important that you have your energy there. So yeah, I get it. I forgot to make it so the marbles names could all be seen. Okay, 10 seconds left on the final, actual, truly final race of the night. At which point we will go find somebody to raid. Now, I don't know who is going to be on that I normally follow at this time of night. Possibly Seahorse? Seahorse might still be on. VIPs, mods, if you are around and you have somebody specific who you think might make a good fit, I am definitely willing to listen to recommendations. I'll listen to recommendations from just about anyone. But like Yarny, I know you've got some real good people in your list. Velt. Velt is a fantastic bean. He was actually in earlier tonight. That was really cool. Okay, she's just settling into a different position. Yeah, no, that's fair. I don't have very many people on this slate either, to be perfectly fair. We'll see who's on. There is one person who is very likely to be on, and who I haven't rated in forever. A lot of it will depend on what he's up to. This is right about the time for Artless to be live, and it would be kind of nice to go check in on him, because yeah. So Artless is an option. If Seahorse is still live, and depending what Seahorse is up to, politics streamer. Yeah, politics, depending, that can be a little bit iffy. Also, what's going on with these? Oh. Okay, that's an interesting application of that. I think I'm gonna favorite this one, because I like the material. I like some of the obstacles. These are obstacles I don't see terribly frequently. Or used in interesting fashions. I'm also going to vote yes on this one, because this one was actually really cool. Indeed, GG Inner Shadows. We gotta vote yes for Inner Shadows. Okay. Anyone else want to get a vote yes in? You have about 10 15 seconds to do so. Okay, going once, going twice, and gone. That will get favorited, because that's a really cool one. And I don't need the bonus from that. That's ridiculous. We're going to finish that. There's no point. Okay. I am curious. So overall, Agent in first, Shantae in second, Leafy in third. Very nice. Okay. That's that. Time to quit out of marbles. Return to the chatting page. And bring up this to see who is live and who would be a good fit. Okay, yeah, Artless is indeed on, but Artless is playing Apex. It's a little too high energy for me, I think. Shame. If he was doing art tonight, that would be another story entirely. But that's not quite the fit I'm wanting. Scylla's doing Fall Guys. Again, not quite right. So we might go Seahorse. Because Seahorse is still on Minecraft. So, okay. Would folks like more marbles? More Planet Crafter like earlier? Or just to go to Seahorse? Because part of me's tempted to go see about, like, if, let me do a quick search out for something. I'm curious about a thing. I want to see if there's a small streamer with not very many viewers doing marbles at the moment who we can maybe send a little bit of love to. There's a possibility. So, okay, I'm going to cut the music real quick and the Discord audio in general. Or not Discord, the desktop audio in general. So that I can kind of give a listen in on some options. If any of you have any suggestions, I'm definitely willing to hear them as well. But this is somebody who might be worth it. German English VTuber. So let's see. Okay, that's actually a cool ad. Oh, actually, this is the channel Shantae ended up wandering into. Yeah, I think we're going to go this route. So, if you do not have a subscription, you can use that message. If you do have a subscription, you can use this message. I almost repeated the same message twice. That shows where how tired I'm and where my brain is at. So, before I initiate the raid, though, thank you so much for coming and hanging out, whether it was for only a few minutes, or for the bulk of the stream, or the entire stream. It means the world to me. Um, uh, sorry, I'm normally much better at end stuff here, but my brain's frying. I'll be live again on Saturday, probably doing a stream that is almost entirely marbles, or at least a large chunk marbles. I want to try to get towards, at least try towards to get ticket 6. We'll see from there. Of course, of course. Happy to be able to stream. Um, I might do something else. I'll have to kind of figure it out, but I'll keep everyone up to date. And Buttons will be streaming tomorrow. Melodic Button Mash, my nestmate. I don't remember exactly when. If it's an 8 p.m. start or if it's an earlier start. It might be a 4 p.m. start on Thursday, but I think it's an 8 p.m. start. You can check their channel if you want more information for sure. Normally I'd ask them, but they're asleep by this point, so I don't want to bother them about something like that. Uh, that said, let me get the raid started. And night, Yarny. Yeah. Veno. I think that's spelled correctly. Yes, okay. So, again, thank you for being here. I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully, sometime soon. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, night, whatever time zone you may be. That said, run, have a good whatever it may be, folks. R.